Okay, they're ready.
Recording in progress.
It is 7:05 on May the 13th, and I'm calling the meeting to order. If you didn't put a parking permit in your window, please do so, so that you don't get a ticket. We don't want anyone to have a ticket. Okay. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Bowles. Here. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Vaterlas.
Here. And I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm the sovereign rights of the First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. And now we're going to salute the flag. Councilmember Big Stick.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we have a few special presentations. And the first special presentation is by commute.org. And
hello.
Hi.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Kim Comstock. I'm the Deputy Director at commute.org. I'm here today to talk to you about who commute.org is, what we offer, as well as some really good current events that are happening and are very timely right now. So we really appreciate this moment to come to you to talk to you about this. So who are we? Commute.org is San Mateo County's transportation management agency. Our focus is reducing the amount of vehicle miles traveled by commuters in San Mateo County. So that's pretty much.
Can you speak more into the mic?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Our focus is to reduce the amount of people driving alone to work, which it leads to reducing the amount of vehicle miles traveled throughout San Mateo County. Our structure is a joint powers authority. We are a public agency. We're made up of elected officials. Our board of directors is made up of elected officials throughout San Mateo County. So we have 19 cities and the county that are on our board. And I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Bowles. Thank you for your support on the commute.org board of directors. But we also are funded by City County Association of Governments of San Mateo County, the Air District, as well as the Transportation Authority and private employers. We do have our main website, which is also our name, commute.org, so very easy to remember. We will also have another website, my.commute.org, where commuters go to track their trips and get rewarded. So this slide has a lot on it because we do a lot at at commute.org. And I'll start with just working with employers, developers, cities. We do consultations to let people know how they can have the best commute plan and program at their site, but also help employers and developers become compliant with local and regional ordinances. And that leads me to our TDM policy support. So currently with this CCAG's countywide TDM plan policy, we help monitor and track those TDM plans. Those are transportation demand management plans for individual developers that seek to reduce the amount of trips that are traveling in and out of a property. We also have shuttles. We have 19 shuttles that are on the Bayside that are helping with that first last mile connection to transit stations, such as the BART, Caltrain, or the San Francisco Ferry. We also do the countywide ride matching, and that means people who are looking for carpool partners, van pool partners, or bicycle partners, they can go into this database and let each other know what their commutes are, and they can be matched to be able to commute together or share a bike ride together. We do personalized trip planning, we do on-site events, so if there's an Earth Day event, there's open enrollment, transportation fairs, we talk directly to that commuter to help them navigate how can they not drive alone to work. And sometimes it's very complicated, so we're there for them. We also have programs for employers and organizations where if they want to group their employees together and get a network within our STAR platform, which is the my.commute.org website, we can offer personalized networks to employers and organizations so that it's easier matching for employees to do carpooling or biking together or running their own incentives and rewards programs. We also do bicycle education, and that's either on-site or virtual, which is helping increase our bicycle awareness, education, try to help people to bike more confidently. And that's all these programs that I'm mentioning are all free programs that are available to organizations, employers, cities throughout San Mateo County. Lastly, our community partner service is brand new for us. We're providing micro grants to local community groups to be able to take our message and our programs and try to reach their community. And so we understand that sometimes it's really hard. Everybody has a lot on their plate, and we're trying to offer some financial assistance so we can let our community partners know and their members what we do for free to help them and their employees or members. But going to what we do offer directly to individuals, we've got lots of commuter programs. So we give a lot of rewards away, and the rewards are really to help people seek out carpool partners, take carpooling to work, ride their bicycle to work, and we'll provide them with financial incentives. So every 10 days, someone does, say, a carpool, vanpool, or bike to work, and let us know about it, they unlock a $25 e-gift card from us. They can do that 4 times a year, up to $100. And for all modes of travel that are not driving alone to work, so walking as well as taking transit, and the carpool, vanpool, and bicycle, like I mentioned, we have a guaranteed ride home program. So a lot of times people feel that they need their car because an emergency might pop up. Well, Commute.org offers financial assistance to folks that if they do carpool or use a bike to work, we'll cover their trip home up to 4 times a year, $60 per trip. So the carpool partner leaves, and this goes for anybody here that works in San Mateo County. So we will cover you for your trips home if you use a commute alternative to work. If you'd like to try transit, we've got free transit program. We'll give you free Samtrans, free Caltrain, free ferry tickets if it makes sense for your commute. And then challenges. We're always doing challenges and different things to help engage with the individual that's commuting around San Mateo County. And that leads me to what's happening right now. Right now, Commute.org has a commuter challenge that's live, and what we're asking people to do is pledge to use a commute alternative to work or a sustainable commute to work. If you do that and tell us why you do it, we'll put you in a running for one of 5 $250 e-gift cards. All you have to do is pledge, let us know why you're doing the pledge, and we've already exceeded over 1,300 pledges at this time, and we're getting these amazing quotes from people on why they would choose to not drive alone and what it means to them. Some people say they want to be better than they were. They want to contribute to cleaner air. Every small step makes a change. So we really appreciate all those inspirational quotes, and we try to share them with everybody else to keep everybody moving in the direction of seeking, if it works for them, use a commute alternative. It doesn't always work for everybody, but check it out, investigate what it is your options are, and we hope the challenge does that for folks. Next up is a webinar. So we're doing a virtual webinar, Commute.org. It's hosted on May 23rd. Everyone is welcome to attend. It's geared towards employers and organizations to learn about TDM regulations, programs that we offer, how to get acknowledgement as an organization for the efforts that you're doing, assistance programs for your low-income employees, and more. So we're also giving everybody a $5 coffee card if they attend the webinar. So feel free to join us then. And then next is Bike to Wherever Days. This is very exciting. Every year for the month of May, around the Bay Area, we celebrate biking. And our partner, Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, on their website, which is listed here, and also a QR code to get to it easily, has tons of information about activities, education, and many different things to do to help you feel more confident or just pure joyful bicycling experience. I recommend going to their website to check out more. But for today, I wanted to talk about May 16th. So May 16th is the day around the Bay Area that everyone that has volunteered to set up an Energizer station, usually in the mornings. Back in the day, it was called Bike to Work Day. Now we're saying Bike to Wherever. So we're celebrating going to schools, using it to go to the grocery store, using it for work, everything. And so I'd like to acknowledge the City of Pacifica's Park, Beach, and Recreation Department. I believe they're at 20 years of hosting a bike Energizer station on this selected day that everyone celebrates in the Bay Area. It happens to be this Thursday, May 16th. They have been out there, rain or shine, fog, cold, warm, you name it. They have been out there on the corner of Highway 1 and Rienel Del Mar for as long as I can remember. And I've been with this agency a while. So this Thursday, we have them back at that corner. Please visit them. Energizer stations are a moment to be celebrated, to be counted, to be a part of just celebrating bicycling. You also get some swag if you do stop by while you ride your bike. And then second, there's a brand new Energizer station, which is really exciting. It's at the Cabrillo Elementary School from 7:30 to 9:30 on Crespi. And so obviously they're gonna also help educate students about biking to school. And it's also another opportunity to stop by on your bike, and both of these are open to the public. If you do pledge in advance with Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, you're guaranteed a canvas bag when you show up, and it's a nice Bike to Wherever Day bags for 2024. So that concludes my updates on current events and who we are at commute.org. I really welcome any questions, but also connecting with me, whether it's via email or through any of our social media accounts. We've got a lot of fun stuff going on our social media, especially during our challenge.
Any council members have questions?
I actually do.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. You had mentioned that there's shuttles Bayside, so of course I'm going to ask,
Yes.
right? What about the coastside and here? And I know you mentioned it was like the last mile, so maybe like the last 3 miles?
Well, I will tell you, every 2 years, there's an opportunity to submit a grant through the TA for a shuttle. So every 2 years, there's a cycle, and the next round of funding starts July 1st next year. So the work begins really at the end of this year, beginning of this next year. What has to happen is the entity that is interested in the shuttle has to collect some information, put it together, and submit the request for funding for the shuttle service. Typically, it's not fully funded by the grant, so there needs to be some other source of funding. It could be maybe 50 to 75% that's potentially covered depending on the shuttle, but you do have to find other sources to match that. All the shuttles that I mentioned before on the base side, there is a combination of the grant dollars as well as private sector dollars, such as employers or property managers, that will contribute to make the full cost.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Christine?
No, I was, thanks for asking that question, because I was hoping Kim would touch on that too, just as we are looking at our future and planning for growth, and especially as I think about the middle of town and, the transportation challenges there. But a lot of, potential development projects, they would have to do their VMT. They can work directly with commute.org to do their VMT analysis, and a shuttle might come out of that, right? Also, so that's a possibility. And then Half Moon Bay was able to get a shuttle, and that was an on-demand shuttle, but I think they have a different demographic, right, in terms of the economic resources to the population there.
And that was specifically Samtrans. That was also becoming the dominant funder
Right.
of that, and that became out of their reimagined Samtrans as a need. So they're, I believe it's called Ride Plus, that's operating right now in Half Moon Bay and East Palo Alto. So it was more of a unique project. but that involved our transportation provider, Samtrans.
Yeah.
But in regards to TDM plans for developers, absolutely, that's where you have the opportunity before something is developed to put in place a list of things that make sense. And commute.org is there to be a consultant to say, for these are a great idea. Here's a laundry list of programs you can do. You should be picking majority of them
Right.
for certain environments. So that's what we're there to help guide people on.
Yeah, it would be so great to get a shuttle over to the Caltrans station in Millbrae that really connects us to a lot more transportation if we could in the future. But I just want to thank you for all the different programs you do to encourage people to take public transportation and ride their bikes. And obviously it's better for all of our commutes, for the planet, and you make it so fun.
Yeah.
and the ability to give some prizes gets people involved more too. So it's a joy to serve on your board.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Tiger? No. Sue? Thank you very much, and I like that you changed bike to work to bike to whatever.
Yeah,
Because
exactly. That pandemic helped us. Yes.
So thank you very much for being here and your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Our next item is Emergency Medical Services Week, May 19th through the 25th. And I have a proclamation. The City of Pacifica, in recognition of Emergency Medical Services Week, whereas emergency medical services is a vital service provided by the North County Fire Authority and other emergency medical teams to the public, and whereas the North County Fire Authority, firefighter, paramedics, and EMTs, as well as other emergency medical teams, are ready to provide lifelong care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality pre-hospital emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illnesses and injury. And whereas pre-hospital emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams engage and complete thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of the North County Fire Authority, firefighter, paramedics, and EMTs, as well as all other emergency medical service providers by designating the Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, I, Sue Vaterlas, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all of its citizens, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through 25th, 2024, as Emergency Medical Services Week, done this 13th day of May, 2024. And if you'd like to step forward and say a few words.
Sure. Mayor, council members, I'm Joel Abelson with the North County Fire Authority Deputy Chief. Thank you very much for honoring EMS Week next week. As you may know, our number one call for service is usually medical calls. A substantially high number of those calls are medical calls. Everything from heart attacks to car accidents to you name it. So every one of our firefighters is either a paramedic or an EMT, and they work together to really provide top-notch care. It's really exciting to see where we've gone, the fire service has gone over the years. And we basically bring the emergency room to the incident. So right there, our paramedics can give life-saving care right there, right now. Other than surgery, we obviously can't do there. They're providing, medications and, CPR, whatever it needs. And so it's really exciting, really good service for, not only for Pacifica, for the county and everyone, whether it's a visitor or not. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Council members?
I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again, about how excellent the service is. My mother fainted on my kitchen floor shortly after arriving from Oregon. She was driving for, 10 hours or whatever. And I saw exactly what you just described in action. The EKG, I think it was, the machine, the paper was being recorded, and it was all handled in such a professional and calm way that you almost didn't notice all that was happening at the same moment. Getting her history, asking her questions, doing this stuff, and then getting her into the ambulance to take her off. And it was just so impressive, and I was so grateful to have that and to witness that myself personally, and then hear more about what you provide for our community. I'm very grateful.
That's great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I also feel very grateful. I think we've all had one experience or another, right, where we were able to see it in action. And then also, I think our first responders, they support some of our events in town, which I really appreciate. I know the young people that I work with really appreciate it when folks show up. So I think that's really nice too. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just echoing what everyone's saying and seeing you all around town on a constant basis. So grateful that your presence is here and that when we need you, you are right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just echo that we're grateful for your service and would be in much worse shape without you, and just appreciate your day-to-day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully this is wood, because I'm going to knock on it. I have not had to use your services, and I am thankful, but I do see how much you guys work every day. People in my office, when there's a siren, they always turn to me and go, "Sue, what's going on?" So, because I look on your website, and I do see that it's a lot of medical issues, and thank you for that, because it could take so long for people to get to a facility, whereas you're right there. So thank you for being there.
Thank you.
And would you like to take a picture?
Sure. You want me to come here?
Come in the middle. Yeah, just come up the front. We'll come down.
Believe me, my family does not want me to take pictures, so I don't think it's
Okay, we have another proclamation. We have this is a proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of National Public Works Week, May 19th through the 25th, 2024. And this one is much smaller.
I was wondering where your glasses.
There's a lot of words to say.
I might not even have it. I'll just do it. Whereas the City of Pacifica employs over 60 public works professionals such as parks, streets, and building maintenance workers, wastewater collections and plant operators, lab technicians, rangers, engineers, managers, and administrative staff. And whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and services that are of vital importance to the sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Pacifica. And whereas the City of Pacifica will hold an open house for National Public Works Week on May 22nd, 2024, and National Public Works Week will be celebrated from May 19th through the 25th, 2024, throughout the United States to acknowledge the accomplishments and milestones while raising awareness to the contributions public works has on our community and on our everyday lives. And whereas the American Public Works Association, APWA, has announced the theme for 2024, National Public Works Week, as Advancing Quality of Life for All. And whereas the Advancing Quality of Life theme highlights the way public works professionals advance our quality of life, whether as a first responder or providing regular maintenance and a myriad of other ways public works serves the community. And whereas public works employees help keep communities strong by providing critical services in traffic, transportation, engineering, stormwater, wastewater collection and treatment, public facilities, parks and beaches, emergency management, first response, and right-of-way management. Now therefore, I, Sue Vaterlos, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all of its citizens, do hereby designate the week of May 19th through 25, 2024 as National Public Works Week and recognize our public works professionals and the substantial contributions they make to protecting our health, safety, and quality of life, done this 13th day of May, 2024. Thank you. And Lisa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works, and with me here tonight we have our two Deputy Directors, Roland Yip. He's our Deputy Director over our Field Services and Engineering, also our City Engineer. We have Louis Sun, who's our Deputy Director over our Wastewater, and we have Eddie Pastrano, who is our Wastewater Collection Systems Manager. And yeah, I just wanted, of course, you know how I think our team is great, and they really are. We have just such a fantastic team. We're small but mighty. They get out there, they're dealing with, the high tide, big waves, leaving tons of sand on Beach Boulevard, or also flooding it's happening in our streets, trees that are falling down, dealing with our street maintenance. Collections is out there cleaning our sewers to make sure we don't have sanitary sewer overflows, managing our pump stations, and then of course the plant, which is such a specialized operation, with our UV disinfection that we have there, and we have such a team of very strong professionals helping us manage our plant. So a big shout out to our team in Public Works. I also just wanted to mention again that we are having an open house for Public Works Week, which is the 22nd, as the mayor mentioned. It starts at 9 o'clock over at 151 Malagra, so it'll be from 9 to 12. We're going to have everybody come over. We have all kinds of interesting information that we provide related to our operations and equipment that the kids can sometimes get in on, which is fun for them too. So we want to invite everybody and hope everyone shows up on the 22nd at 9 o'clock at Malagra. Thank you.
Thank you. Council?
What was the date of that, Lisa?
22nd.
22nd. So after that, it's the pre-written speech that I have been using ad nauseum since the moment I hit the dais, but it's the unsung hero nature of Public Works and what you all do, and I will keep using that same speech for as long as I'm up here. With wastewater, if we don't know you exist, that means you're doing your job right, which is a shame because you doing your job right means we don't know you exist. And with field services, you know, every now and then you see a field services representative out there doing whatever, sometimes at an event. And so we have a sense of you. But like at 2 o'clock in the morning when it's storming out and you're dragging a tree out of the middle of the road or off somebody's property, what have you, that's when we're not seeing you. So again, there's a similar, when you're doing your job and doing it amazing, we're not seeing it. And so thank you for being the heroes that we almost never see, and for doing some of the most amazing and also disgusting work in the city to make sure that we don't need to know you exist, because that's how good you are at this job. And there's no way to say thank you enough, so thank you.
I think Tiger said it all, but I just want to add, I mean, I love the theme for the year, advancing quality of life for all. And I don't think most people would think about that. But again, like you said, if you weren't there doing your job, we would know the quality of life wasn't there, you know, with sewer backups and flooding affecting our homes and so forth. And I was just walking my dog this week. I had been noticing the grass getting high on some of the walkways, and that was just mowed. You know, a lot of the things that you do in the background to keep us healthy and safe too, and just really appreciate all your hard work.
So I know there's a relatively new portal, right, where people can put their information in and put in requests. And I feel like it's working well. How do you feel about that, Lisa?
Yeah, it's great for people to have that ability just to, get on if they see a maintenance issue, and they can jump on our Public Works page, and there is a portal there where they can, it allows you to do a drop on a map on the exact location. You can drop in photos and tell what the problem is. It's working very well.
Thank you. Yeah, and I see that it's getting responses, like people are being responded to, and that's what we really need, right, is to respond to our community. So thank you.
I was going to ask about that very thing, and we just got the cards and I got a little distracted. Is it true that we can upload photos as well to that portal?
Yes, that's correct. As many as you want, I think. So, and it gives us the exact location. It's very helpful for us. So if folks can go in there and actually put in their maintenance requests or concerns, or even if they have questions, it has a process that it gets routed around to the right person. And then if it doesn't get answered, it comes back to me, and then I say, hey, what's going on? So yes, it's a great system.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank you for all the support with the Beautification Advisory Committee. They're an active bunch as far as inventing new ideas and projects, and it's just so great having your gracious leadership in the room, and with your staff that are there, Michael or Gino often joining you. It's a very good interaction, and I appreciate the opportunities that you give the public to engage and volunteer with some of the maintenance and cleanup projects and the bump outs and planted areas near the community center and such. So thank you very much.
And I've gone to the open house several years in a row. And yes, I did something unbelievable, but I won't talk about it. But you learn about the sludge truck, which is not what it's called. You see wastewater, the differences in how the wastewater comes in and how the wastewater leaves, the amazing tree items that they have that can actually pull a whole tree right out of the ground. So that just to be up close and personal with all these machines and people there to tell you what they do, and even down the first time I went in this, where they make the signs, I was totally impressed that they made signs right then and there, because I once asked for signs and was amazed that they went up the next day. And that's why, because they came right from you guys. And I just appreciate every one of you in every department and all of the things that you do. So thank you. And picture?
Sure.
And were there any public comments on any of those items brought before us? Sue, if you can fill out a card after.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of them. Very all worthy. I just wanted to mention commute.org. Pacifica actually got 2 shuttles through commute.org. One was through the youth initiative called Trust, Teens Are Unbelievably Strong Together. And I think, Kim, you were around at that time? Where'd she go? And the other one was through the one for the chamber. So I think I mentioned this before. With all types of things like shuttles, it's ridership. And I think we did not keep the ridership that won the grant, especially for the one for youth. Or maybe it was that the mission statement was so awesome, both for that and for the commercial one. I think the city, and if the chamber is active, to really be super, super careful to make sure if we get a shuttle, and I think you should go for it, that we're very, 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 very careful, that the signage is good, that the flyers are good, and that we actually maybe make sure that people are getting on the shuttle. I know even I had one incident where the shuttle came, and I was with basketball waiting for the shuttle with some teens, and the shuttle was zipped up over by Good Shepherd Church, zipped up, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, went down the hill, and yours truly, aged as I am, running down the hill. Must have been quite a sight. But I was able to stop them and say, I'm on council, could you please wait? You have a whole group of people. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, you know, little things you don't think about. But all of them, everybody that spoke, that came presented today, are great. Thank you so much. And definitely know about Public Works. Experience that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one. Our next item is the consent calendar. And are there any council members who wish to pull any items from consent?
I'd like to pull item 9.
Okay, you don't have questions, you just want to pull.
Yeah, because it wasn't in the agenda, I'd like a little presentation, and I have a couple questions.
Okay. Anyone else? Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent list item 9?
I recommend public comment first.
Thank you. I have no phone, and so I was freaking out. So, no, and I still have no phone. Thank you. Okay, are there any public comments on the consent calendar? I don't have any cards here, but if anyone would like to speak on the consent calendar. Okay, I see no one. And Emily, there's no one on the phone. So now, would someone on council like to make a motion?
I'll move consent agenda minus item 9.
Second.
Please vote.
Waiting for one more vote light. There we go. And the consent calendar minus item 9 passes unanimously. The motion was made by Councilmember Big Stick and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer.
Thank you. Christine?
Yeah, as I said, the item 9 agenda was missing the scope of work for Cotton Shires, our geotechnical engineer, and the breakdown of their fees. And I was just hoping that the staff could pull that up and make a brief presentation to the public to understand the work that we're undergoing.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Bowles. Staff's not prepared with any kind of formal presentation, but we're happy to summarize what this agreement is about. And I'll turn to Director Lisa Peterson or City Engineer Roland Yip to summarize what the scope of this work is. Generally, it's geotechnical services related to the numerous FEMA projects from storm damage from last winter, a year ago, the 22-23 winter, and more details from Mr. Yip.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members, Deputy Director of Public Works, City Engineer Roland Yip. And so I have the award for a geotechnical services to go to Cotton Shires and Associates in the amount of $219,000 with a 10% contingency for $241,000. There are a total of 6 sites that Cotton Shires will be studying as part of this project and as part of these landslides that happened 2 years ago, or a year ago. So the sites include 31 Idlewood Court, Adobe and Higgins, 601 Talbot Avenue, 1475 Rosita Road, Sharp Park Road. Sharp Park Road is an existing landslide that happened roughly 4 years ago that we would like to include with this geotechnical study. And this is 500 Rockaway Beach Avenue. The costs for the sites, they range from around $30,000 to $40,000 for each location. And this is not for a full design for some of the locations. Some of them is just going to be to do a study. For example, Sharp Park Road has a project within our CIP that's in the upcoming item 11 staff report to award $30,000 to fund $30,000 from our disaster accounting fund for the design of that slope repair. So some of this is just to look at the locations to see if the slopes are stable and if there's any mitigation that we may need to do. And some of the locations are going to need a full design, such as a soldier pile, a wall of some sort, or really massive grading, or one of the sites is to repair a damaged sewer main. Okay. So let me know if there's any additional questions.
Thank you. I know a lot of people have been looking at the one at Adobe and Higgins in particular, and so that's the one I was reading, like a 9-foot-high pile wall to rebuild that retaining wall. The question I had was about the 601 Talbot Avenue. A couple of questions. It said that there's a sewer main that was damaged that's buried under the landslide, and I'm just wondering if that's causing any sewer issues in that area now, or if it's intact but just buried under dirt.
So I believe it's still somewhat functioning, but then the landslide has caused damage to the sewer main, and it would need to get repaired, but it is functioning at some reduced capacity.
Okay. And then that one, I think that's the only one that said that the homeowner was responsible for the stability work on the hillside. So just curious how that works out with Cotton Shires doing, those investigations and the reporting and how that's coordinated, cost-wise and work-wise with the homeowner.
Yes, so we have been coordinating with the homeowner. It appears that they are planning to do some sort of retaining wall, so that will have to be coordinated with their construction of the retaining wall versus when we actually come in and do some excavation and repair that sewer main.
Okay. And then I had also, not for you, but I had also asked, because I was involved in the general plan with the landslide maps, about making sure that we're recording these as we're updating our general plan in the future. And I know we're reporting these to FEMA, but I'll forward the information. I'll try to dig it out from my old email. What I was told, and I'll forward this to City Manager, the Department of Conservation actually asks for us to report the landslides because they're the ones that update those maps, but they don't update them unless they know about what has happened. So it's important for us to communicate with them too. So I'll forward that on to you, Kevin. Thank you, Roland. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public want to speak on this item? Seeing none, Emily on the phone? Seeing no one on the phone, we'll bring it back to council. And would someone like to make a motion on that?
I'll move to approve the consultant services between the City of Pacifica and Cotton Schreiers and Associates for geotechnical services.
Second that.
All in favor, please. Please vote, everyone.
And item number 9, moved by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Bowles, passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. I want to read the statement. Now we're moving along to public comments on items not on the agenda. This portion is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the Council shall be recognized during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda may be addressed. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. And if you do not stay with that, then the city will give you an initial warning. The council members will not engage in any debate with speakers under public comment on items not on the agenda. A maximum of 3 minutes will be allowed for every speaker. And our first speaker is Aaron Clark, followed by Linda Peebles and Delia McGrath. I don't see Aaron. He left? Thank you. Okay. Then Linda Peebles, followed by Delia McGrath, and then Judy Hansen. Do you have an order, or are you just that you'd like to speak in?
Well, Delia has a card. Who else has a card?
I know. You can feel free to speak, and I will just arrange your cards in the order that you've spoken if you have a specific order you'd like to speak in. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Linda Peebles, and I'm here tonight again with the Pacifica Peace People to put a ceasefire ask to put a ceasefire resolution on your agenda. The situation in Gaza has greatly worsened since we last requested this. So we're asking again. Here is the resolution. Whereas the beautiful city of Pacifica, which means peace, stands committed to the belief that all human life is precious in all communities and nations of the world, regardless of national, ethnic, political, or religious affiliations or identities. And whereas the recent and ongoing armed violence and destruction have resulted in the tragic loss of thousands of lives of Palestinians and Israelis, whereas these brutal attacks have caused ongoing shock, trauma, grief, and fear to those directly experiencing them, as well as to those watching the horrors unfold. And whereas Islamophobia and anti-Semitism have risen significantly across the United States and around the world with direct impact on communities, including Pacifica, from synagogues and mosques to schools, universities, offices, and wherever people gather. Whereas the people in Gaza have been effectively cut off from basic life necessities, and most have been displaced multiple times, resulting in mass starvation and ongoing crisis. And whereas the majority of the nations in the United Nations have voted for a ceasefire resolution, and millions of people worldwide, including residents of Pacifica,
have joined peaceful actions since October 7th to amplify the call for human rights, peace, and justice. And whereas we recognize that we are globally connected through our shared humanity, and that our actions, however local, carry global implications. Now be it resolved that the people of the city of Pacifica join the calls from the growing number of cities across our country and the world for an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Gaza and Israel, the safe return of all hostages and detainees, immediate, unconditional provision of life-saving humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, and the initiation of reconciliation and a viable peace process for Israelis and Palestinians to create a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Delia, followed by Judy Hansen, and then then Gloria Stofan.
Good evening. My name is Delia McGrath. I'm here to invite you, indeed to urge you, to place on the next City Council meeting agenda a life-saving resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. More than 100 city councils in the United States, 25 of them in California, including our neighbor, South San Francisco, have stepped up advocating for a ceasefire as a catalyst for change. Such actions contribute to breaking the deadlock and paving the way for a more just and peaceful world. Nothing would be better for the city of Pacifica. Pacifica's ceasefire resolution can unequivocally denounce Hamas's terrorist attack against Israel. It can also promote and demand much-needed diplomatic work in earnest to bring about an enduring peace, lasting security, autonomy, and freedom that the Palestinians and the Israeli people both deserve. 360,000 Palestinians have escaped from Gaza, including 4 children and 1 adult in my Palestinian family. Over 30 of my extended family members have been killed, and nearly 2 million terrified, starving, many of them wounded, innocent people have not left Gaza. I hope that you, Pacifica's elected officials, will take a stand and speak up in a powerful way. May your own children, grandchildren, and loved ones be inspired by your humanity in passing a resolution to stop the killing in Gaza. Finally, I will offer an ancient teaching on compassion and nonviolence. May I be the medicine and the physician for the sick, an inexhaustible treasury for the destitute, food and drink in times of famine, a protector for those who have no protection, and a lamp for those who are in darkness. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy, followed by Gloria Stofan, and then looks like there's a couple more up there that haven't filled out cards.
Well, greetings and thank you all for all the service that you all do. And we know it's not easy. There's a lot of things going on these days, and big decisions that haven't been faced before. And so I respect how it's not easy times to be in your leadership positions. My name is Judy Hansen, and I'm a local teacher. I was raised here, educated in our local schools. I also, when not in school, I rose from a scrappy backyard kid to a national 5th ranked in horses, which I share just because that's how tenacious I am, that on a high school budget, feeding 70 head of horses morning and night and cleaning toilets, I was able to buy entries enough to rank nationally. And when I hold on to a dream and I chase it, I don't let go. And before, 24/7 was about horses, and now it's basically about Palestine and my country. I really am worried. I see division, and I see lack of information, and I see passion and caring people, and if we don't figure out a way to help each other communicate about these tough decisions and get the truth out, I'm very concerned about the future of, yes, Palestine, but also our country. I also had the privilege of studying at Cal State East Bay, where I studied culture, human development. Read a book by Ronald Takaki about he's an American historian, about the book's called A Different Mirror. And I learned about the Japanese internment and how horrible that was. And it was based on wrong information, wrong choices, wrong actions, wrong side of history. We look at it now, we look, how could we have done that? How we treated the black people, the African Americans, wrong information. People believed that that's what the right thing was to do with their heart and soul, and they fought and lost their lives over it. We look at it now, wrong information, wrong choices, wrong action, wrong side of history. Women getting the vote. Terrible things went on. Same thing. Well, I'm worried that's going on now, my friends. I see it going on, and I want my city to be able to take the brave step it's going to take to say, we are going to make a statement about being on the right side of history. We are going to support an agenda item for a ceasefire. And I asked this from my heart, and I spent hours and hours researching about it. A ceasefire is the starting point, and after that, let's find a way to build a safer world for us and our children. It's that important, it's that big. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and city staff. My name's Gloria Stoffen, a longtime resident of Pacifica. I'll be brief. I am urging you as City Council members to place the People's Resolution for Peace and Reconciliation for a ceasefire in Gaza on the official agenda for next City Council meeting. The news reports are just littered with war in Gaza. Children and women are being killed, and nothing seems to be stopping this insanity. This is no longer a crisis, but a genocide. Many cities throughout this country have already advocated for a ceasefire. This peace resolution is a resolution that, I quote, stands committed to the belief that all human life is precious. Now, how can anyone argue against that? Dig deep into your hearts, and think of how you can make a good, right decision. As leaders and city council members of Pacifica, I do hope that you seriously consider this resolution for peace and reconciliation. As the poster of 1968 created by Mothers for Peace, war is not healthy for children and other living things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in that group wish to speak? And then please fill out a card after.
Okay. My name's Paul Stoffen, the son of my mom, Gloria Stoffen, longtime resident, still here, due to our nice, peaceful place, Pacifica. And I don't think it would hurt to consider putting on the agenda, or all I got to say is I got 2 beautiful daughters, and I got 4 grandkids, and I love this world, and it wouldn't hurt to give peace a chance. And for us as members of the peace people, I want to stand close to them and to my heart and say that I love this world, and I don't want to see killing, and making a stand saying that, you know, let's cease fire. I didn't write anything down. Hopefully I'm putting it out there that just think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on. Anita Reese, Sue DeGree, and John Contrabecchi.
Good evening, Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I just wanted to share a few things about what we've been doing for the last few months, since I haven't seen you in a bit. We are continuing to be open on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 5, Wednesday, 9 to 7, Friday, 9 to 1, and we are open this Saturday from 9 to 1. Our next grocery distribution is at the American Legion Hall, which is at 555 Buell, on Wednesday, May 22nd, by appointment. But if somebody needs groceries and they don't have an appointment, then we ask that folks arrive after 4 o'clock, and we'll definitely still send you away with some stuff. Also on Wednesday, May 22nd, will be our volunteer appreciation lunch. If you've volunteered with PRC and can join us for lunch, please RSVP by calling us at 650-738-7470. Anybody who you call will be able to put you on the list. We will also begin enrolling families for our back to school program starting in June. So like recent years, we're going to provide a backpack, a new backpack, and a gift card to purchase back to school supplies or anything else the family might need to return to school. I realize that school isn't over yet, but we have to start asking now. Try to catch them before they go on break so that they can prepare to sign up. And the nice thing is it's pretty simple. They just need to live in Pacifica and be and need the help. So that's the main thing. And I also wanted to let you know that we completed our tax program last month, and we were able to prepare 221 returns, and we helped taxpayers get over $370,000 in refunds and saved over $50,000 in tax preparation fees. So hopefully those funds went back into this community. And as always, if you see someone who you believe is unhoused, that needs help in Pacifica or along the coast through Pescadero, please contact our Unhoused on the Coast outreach specialists. The easiest way to reach them is by email at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org. And we do have coverage now Monday through Thursday, 10:30 to 7:30 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday, 8:30 to 5, and currently Sunday, 10:30 to 3:30. So if you need any of those services, please give us a call, 650-738-7470, or by email at info@pacresourcecenter.org. Thanks.
Thank you, Anita. Sue DeGree, and then John Contrabecchi.
Hi, Sue DeGree. So maybe it's because I'm a teacher and I'm picky about words, but on the agenda for, was it May 5th, Saturday? So it was here in this hall, and somehow I missed it, and I was actually free that day, so I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit. But the words governance training and team building, well, okay, governance training, for me, you know, my dad was military, so we were all over the world. Well, not quite, but we were all over the place every 2 years, and he used to wake us up singing Star Spangled Banner. And so government of, by, and for the people is a big thing. It kind of like keeps my waking days. And so governance training concerns me. It's like, did I miss an explanation of what we're talking about? Governing training when we're having a council retreat? So my hope is that governance training focused on how to protect the people, citizens of the United States. What are we doing to make sure that we're dotting all I's, crossing all T's to protect the voice of the American citizen right here in town? And so that would probably involve Brown Act. What kind of possibilities could happen to break the Brown Act? Then the other part, team building. Okay, I've been part of those team building things, and I'm okay with, let's look at how different people perceive things so we can sort of understand where their gut reaction is, and then we can kind of adjust and maybe see more quickly what's bothering them if they don't express it well, and we can try to eke it out of them so they can express themselves carefully. Okay, that's good team building. Team building means we are a team, we're all going to work together to say the same thing and do the same thing all the time because we're a team. I don't think so. We're not like the Warriors or the high school team competing with other teams. You are individuals chosen by members of the public, and not all members of the public chose each of you. So it's the independent thought that we hope you as fellow citizens can reflect and listen to us very carefully. Well, flyers, please. Can we have more flyers? And do your homework and then express yourself and not worry about being like a Warrior team or a high school team. The team is to protect the public at large and the rights of the American citizen to be a government of, by, for, but of and by as much as for the people. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. John?
Good evening, Council. I'm John Contrabecchi. I was glad to see that the City of Pacifica put in an artificial intelligence tool at the front end of its website. I think it's a great idea. The Council knows that the Planning Department has a tremendous workload. And I am a Cornell University alumnus, and very recently I was approached by a couple of Cornell engineering grad students who have offered to try to develop artificial intelligence tools that can be used by the planning department to accelerate the review of real estate development projects and perhaps other things as well. They are telling me that they might be able to come up with AI tools that will accelerate project applications, initial studies, environmental impact reports, staff reports for Planning Commission and the City Council. But in order to do so, they need to have some degree of cooperation with the staff. And so I'm here to request that Kevin Woodhouse, the city manager, just take a look at this with me to see whether it has any legs, any potential. And the good news is that it's free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other cards, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak? Seeing no one, is there anyone with their hand up?
There are two raised hands. The first is for Flo.
Go ahead, Flo.
Hello, I'm here to speak on the ceasefire resolution. I was on Zoom, so I wasn't able to raise my hand earlier.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable City Council. When I learned of Vietnam War protests in high school, I could not understand how a population of adults could be so paralyzed, and children at schools persecuted for speaking out and advocating for change. I have a greater appreciation for it now, seeing my young peers in college encampments risking everything to stand on the right side of history. And I commend Councilmember Bowles for her bravery and compassion, and for the City Council's sympathy as well, because even that alone, I understand that in this climate can be hard to give. But as we have been saying, this sympathy can be made tangible. Our neighbor city, South San Francisco, has shown us their radical compassion in passing a ceasefire resolution, and Pacifica is poised to do the same. With the 76th anniversary of the Nakba, the original Palestinian catastrophe that destroyed Palestinian society and displaced permanently so many people, and 7 months into this iteration of genocide, we are urging you to pass a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Marsha Murphy.
Okay, go ahead, Marsha.
Good evening, Council. My name is Marsha Murphy. I'm a longtime resident of Lindemar. And I'd like to also encourage the Council to place a resolution for ceasefire in Gaza on your official agenda for next Council meeting. I think it's time that we're part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marsha. Seeing no one else, we'll...
There is an additional raised hand.
Okay,
From Marge Davis.
Go ahead, Marge.
It prompted me to unmute. I'm assuming you can hear me. Sometimes
Yes.
I have technological difficulties. Good evening, Marge Davis. I live here in Pacifica, District 4. I would like to start by mentioning a topic that we discuss often, including tonight, and that's the importance of kindness, compassion, empathy, and respect for all people, all human beings. And I just want to remind everyone that compassion, kindness, empathy, and respect start here on the dais, at home, in our own community. And it begins here in the present moment, and it can and should, as you've heard so many people speak up tonight, spread throughout the world. So I wanted to start with that, because if I run out of time on the other, it's an ongoing topic. So I think I'm recognized as a fairly reasonable and thoughtful person, and I had some questions, and I thought since I did, there might be other people that did as well. So like many Pacificans, I've been attending the Planning Commission meetings regarding the Quarry Reclamation Project and had planned on attending the May 6th continuance of the hearing from March 18th. I was very surprised that the city had seemingly, I'll allow, arbitrarily decided to cancel the continuance of the hearing May 6th, has scheduled a study session for this applicant for May 20th, and a continuance date for the hearing has yet to be determined. This following the request from Planning Commission at the last meeting, in fact from Chair Hauser, I believe, for documentation for denying this project that the community has demonstrated they are firmly against. It just seems like an odd coincidence. Does city staff have the authority to decide to cancel a hearing that the Planning Commission has motioned, seconded, and voted for, and then insert a study session into the process in the middle of that hearing? And maybe this is okay, but these are questions that I really would like to see answers to. Why are we bending over backwards to accommodate this applicant? Are study sessions a normal part of processing the application? We're being told repeatedly by city manager and city staff that we are low on resources, money, and time. Why are we spending so much of those on this one individual? Why do some city staff members seem so supportive of this project when this site can be reclaimed in a manner that requires no imported soil and much less time? In fact, as we all know, a plan has been developed in the past around that very concept. What is in this for the city? We know Bayland stands to make hundreds of thousands of dollars off this project. This project will be a huge 4 to 6 year burden on this community, our health, safety, and welfare. There is no way to deny that. A similar project in San Benito County was recently denied, and community welfare was cited as one of the very reasons for that denial. I would go so far as to suggest that this project inflicts on this community much of what the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, which I have read much of, was looking to protect communities from.
Thank you, Marge. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
We have an additional raised hand. It is for Jim Kramer.
Go ahead, Jim.
Unmute. I'm unmuted. Hi, Jim Kramer in Sharp Park District. I wasn't going to say, I was just listening and being a good citizen, and then I heard March Davis, and I was reminded because I had a very similar reaction. I just wanted to add that at the City Council meet, at the Planning Commission meeting, the commissioners specifically asked whether a study session could happen, and the city attorney at that meeting spoke up and said that scheduling a study session for a meeting that was continued and already underway considering a process would be problematical. So it's just seconding Marge's comment that what are we doing having special attention for this project when what's moving forward is underway, and it just seems like we're ignoring all kinds of common practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
There are no other raised hands.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for council communications. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay, thank you.
It's been a pretty exhausting couple of weeks and no end in sight. Continuing to work on learning more and discussing the LCLUP with lots of citizens who've expressed opinions and concerns. I attended a couple of events in town recently that I thought were great. The Blues and Brews event sponsored by the city through the actions of the Economic Development Committee on the 27th. It was a great afternoon, a great event. I thought it brought a lot of example of the kind of activity that can occur in the Palmetto area, which would support businesses, support more community engagement in that area. There was a briefing on the 2nd of May by Cal Cities. It was a legislative briefing on coastal and housing bills, which was informative, and I'm trying to keep track of what the different bills are as they're moving through committee and where are we now with appropriations and all of that. So keeping up on that is also challenging. Had the opportunity that same day to attend a event in Daly City, honoring legacy businesses. I invited our economic development manager, Tara Schiff, to join me at that event, and we've decided we want to borrow the idea and bring that forward through the EDC and look at perhaps doing something like that. More to come on that after they've had a chance to discuss it. I had the opportunity to attend the North Coast County Water District groundbreaking. I wasn't able to be there for all of it because I had another meeting overlapping, but it was exciting to be there and to see the thrill on everyone's face. And I can see the work's already begun as I drove by tonight. Yes, the City Council team building and governance training occurred all day on Saturday, the 4th of May. We were all here in these very chambers. It was a challenging day. There was a lot of difficult conversations, a lot of sharing, and some new perspectives. I can say I definitely gained some new perspectives that day. There was a library advisory committee meeting just a couple of days ago on the 8th. Something folks who may live in the vicinity of Sanchez Library may have observed is that the pad where the kiosk, the outpost, is going to be installed near the front door area of the library. It's been fenced off for several months now with weather and delays getting the pad laid, the cement pad. Tomorrow the library will be closed because the kiosk is being delivered. So that will be exciting for anybody who has a 3-year-old, I'm sure, seeing the crane bring in this cool big machine. The library will be open Wednesday and Saturday, and then it will be closed for 2 weeks after that as they prepare the area for the ADA curbing and all of that. Some more to come and big news on that, and
Staff are being trained, and of course, as soon as the machine's installed, and then they can turn around and train all of us on how to use it. It will be an opportunity to have books and materials available 24/7, as opposed to the 3 days that the library is actually open. I know they're exploring, but I don't know when or how service will be made available to include requests. So when we have library materials that we request to be brought to the Sanchez Library, that they might be able to be placed in that machine so they could be picked up. I think there was one other thing I forgot. Oh, Beautification Advisory Committee meeting. There was a presentation, a kind of a preview of the soon-to-be forthcoming presentation to council. And I've had the preview of that, and the EDC is working on theirs, and OSPAC. So we'll have a lot of good updates on the 28th, I believe, is the day we're having the committee and commission updates. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Christine.
I thought I hadn't done very much because I took last week off, but then I started typing it up. And it adds up fast. I met with the Pacifica Climate Committee. We're planning this event for Thursday that I wanted to announce. So it's this Thursday from 7 to 8:30 at the Pedro Point Firehouse. It's an event called Healthy Air, Healthy Homes. There's going to be a doctor there that is going to educate us about unexpected sources of pollution in our homes that are linked to childhood asthma and other diseases. There'll be a chef preparing a dessert for us all to share on an induction stove, and someone from Peninsula Clean Energy, along with an energy coach, to share tips on how to get rebates, interest-free loans, and just make it simple and affordable to replace your gas appliances and cars with zero-emission electric ones. So I'll be there. Join us Thursday at the firehouse. I've been to a couple of insurance events, and Tiger was at one with me at Ray Muller's office. There was another one in Hillsborough that I attended also, that also included Josh Becker, and Diane Pappin, who are working on legislation. So there's just a horrible crisis at the state right now, partly caused by all the wildfires the last few years, and just the insurance companies are no longer making a profit to continue their business operations, is basically what it's come down to. So I was seeing a post from Jamie Wessel from State Farm on Manor, and she said for every $1 that State Farm right now is paying out, they're only earning 50 cents. So that's just the disparity in how it's grown, partly because of the state laws that have limited how much insurance companies could raise their fees. So there's a lot of negotiations at the state level to try to bring them back and start covering at least 85% of homeowners. But right now, State Farm is canceling another 30,000 policies in the state, so people are just starting to get notices about that. There were at least 4 or 5 families in Pacifica at the event at Ray Muller's office who were having these issues also. And just one big tip is if you get a cancellation notice, instead of automatically signing up for the FAIR plan through the state, which is really poor coverage and only for fire, you'd still have to buy a whole nother separate policy too, is to go to the website for United Policyholders, that's uphelp.org, and they have a whole list of other companies that are certified and have the financial backing so they won't go under, providing insurance in California. So there's some names, a lot of names under there that you've probably never heard of. So do all you can to try to get a new policy now, and if you, and be grateful if you get a renewal notice, even with charging more money, because at least you have insurance. And hopefully in the next years or so, the state will figure this out. But it's a really difficult time at the moment. And I'm really hoping, Mike O'Neill helped organize this at Ray Miller's office, and I chatted with him to see if we could maybe bring this event to Pacifica too, because there was a good turnout there, but we have so many more people here in our town. So hopefully we can get that going. I met with some residents at the north end of Esplanade who are having issues with traffic and pedestrian safety because there aren't any crosswalks and so forth there now. And it's getting more concerning as they start to age. Looking forward to our bike ped plan and seeing if we can help address some of these things in the future. This is also Affordable Housing Month, so there's a lot of affordable housing events and talks going on. I attended another one with Partnership for the Bay's Future, they talked more about their funding for, they have an extra $100 million now for pre-development funds for projects in priority development areas, and Sharp Park is one of those. So I had a separate meeting to try to see what we would need to start talking about these projects, and we'll follow up. And then there's also, they also have potential help for building planning staff through their intern program. I think I'd mentioned that the last time, but it's even better than I thought. It's actually a 2-year program, and it's totally free to the city. The catch is you have to work on issues that are identified, like thinking about our housing element, maybe our updating our inclusionary ordinance or something like that, so applying with a particular project in mind, and actually also partnering with a nonprofit in town to help with the communication and outreach to the community. But it sounds like a really interesting opportunity, and the applications will be due in June for a position starting in January. And then the Leadership Council, we had our, I think that was our second to the last session, and this was on intelligent urbanism, which is really about design, good city planning of neighborhoods. We talked a lot about the upcoming silver tsunami and really the very different needs of communities as we're aging, but also the real need to try to attract and bring in younger people and make housing affordable so that they can come into our communities, because who's going to do the jobs in healthcare and otherwise if we don't. So it's interesting to think about from that point of view. And then, as Sue mentioned, the League of Cities, the legislative bills. The one I'm concerned about is AB 2560, which actually maybe Michelle could confirm. What they were saying is that a current state density bonus law doesn't apply in the coastal zone now, but it would with this new law. And originally there were no restrictions about thinking about sea level rise or safety issues on the coast, and some of that's been added, but obviously some of the density bonus provisions, like not providing enough parking or able to increase height, are really in conflict with coastal commission policy. So, how does all that play out? Anyway, I still have a lot of concerns, but yeah, do density bonus laws not apply in the coastal?
I'm not familiar with that bill, so I would have to, I can look into it.
Yeah.
And get back to you, but I'm not familiar with it.
But in general, do density bonus laws apply in the coastal zone now? Do you know, or?
My understanding is they do, depending upon your local coastal plan. So I would have to.
Okay, we can talk more.
Yeah,
offline. Yeah,
I'm just not familiar with that issue.
Okay, and then everything other people had said, plus Blues and Brews was super fun. Thanks to the Economic Development Committee for that. The Art and Nature exhibit at Sanchez, and thank you Cindy and Nancy Davis from Shell Dance for helping organize some of the beautiful flower arrangements. And then the Mermaid and Sharp Park Saturdays was super fun this weekend too. I had a friend in town, so I got to take her to all these things, and she spent her money. So,
Mary?
Yeah. I want to thank Delia and the Pacifica Peace people for once again coming before us with the most beautiful resolution I can think of passing. And I know all of my colleagues already know how I feel about this. And I attended, you know, when things that I do as a leader and like leadership opportunities come to me, and then I have beautiful people from our community bring forward beautiful resolutions and I don't move forward with this, then I feel like I'm not being a leader. And I went to a 2-day event. When everyone leads, it's the toughest challenges get seen and solved. Here's a little book. It was 2 days, it was beautiful. It's kind of a precursor to the leadership program that Councilmember Bowles is doing, and we really talked about what that means to let everyone lead and how you look at the gap and see what's missing. And so for me, this is what's missing. And so I would really appreciate it if we would put it on an agenda. And I know that that brings in hours of public comment and people in the council chambers, and I, for one, I'm just ready. So I stated that. That's good. Whew. I attended the HEART meeting, which is Housing Endowment and Regional Trust of San Mateo County, on April 24th, and I wanted to let everyone know that on Wednesday, May 15th at 6 o'clock, the Daly City Council Chambers, there is a first-time buyers program where you can put 5% down with no PMI, which Sue can tell me what that means.
Private mortgage insurance.
With Hart and Mary West Mortgage, the maximum purchase could be $1,213,000 for qualified buyers. So please check it out. Hart has beautiful programs for first-time buyers, and it's really exciting that they're bringing something up here to North County for everyone to attend. Again, I attended a 2-day leadership opportunity when everyone leads with elected leaders from across the county. So I got to spend some time with our mayor of Half Moon Bay, 2 full days with our mayor of Half Moon Bay, who does not want to spend 2 full days with Joaquin, right? It was awesome. Christina Corpus was there, and it was really wonderful, and it prompted me to apply for the leadership program next year. So I turned in my application, and what I realized when I turned in my application is that I haven't had to apply for things for a while, and they wanted my LinkedIn profile, and I was like, oh my God. I'm gonna have my interns help me update it, because I looked at it and it's like 15 years old. So anyway, I hope they don't like consider that when they try to, you know, pick me or not. But anyway, so I'm looking forward to doing more of that, because I think what it did for me just those 2 days was really fill my spirit again. I think I had lost momentum and energy around my position here, and so I needed that, and so I really appreciated that, and I want to thank the city for allowing me to go to that. We are working on our Pride event. I have a friend of mine who always tells me events are not the way to go, because it's so much work, and so I'm feeling that right now, but we are very excited about our Pride Parade, which is going to happen on June 1st. It's going to be a car parade, so the rally is at 10:30 at IBL, where the cars will line up on the blacktop at Ingrid B. Lacey in the back. We're going to go down Palmetto, around Beach, and back around and up Palmetto, back to IBL. So there will be no pedestrians walking in the streets. If people want to walk, they need to walk on the sidewalks, and if cars are going to participate, they need to follow all the traffic laws. And then we're going to have a family festival at IBL from 11:30 to 2:30, 11:30 up. I don't know the last time. I have to look at when we stop. There's going to be a lot of tabling and a family fun area, and it's going to be very exciting and another way to celebrate love. So I want to thank Lauren Smith, who is the co-chair. She's not the co-chair. I'm going to say it over and over again. She's definitely stepping up as the chair of this Pride Festival. So thanks a lot, Lauren. I also attended the Coast Pride board meeting. We have a few new board members, so there's some excitement around that and some really wonderful fundraising going on because Coast Pride has programs from Pescadero through Pacifica. We have several programs going on right now. We have a middle school group, a high school group, an older adults group. They're doing SOGI trainings for Pacifica School District, so they're bringing a lot of information and programs to our community. I'm very grateful to be a part of that. I went to the open studios at Sanchez. It was really fun to be able to walk through and see all the different artists, their studios, and yeah, I love doing that. So thank you to Cindy Abbott. What else? Let's see. I also sat in on the League of Cities Coastal Bay Cities legislative bill update, so thank you for that opportunity. Yeah, it was fun to go to North County Coast Water District groundbreaking, and they had little golden shovels, which I like the golden shovels. The team building, thank you, Sue DeGree, for coming up and talking about team building. It was a very intense day of learning about one another. And so I think when I think of team building, that is what I think of, is how can we learn about each other so that we can best serve our community together to allow each other to be who we are in our leadership roles. So it's not like, we're the warriors, but it is that we need to understand our hearts, each of our hearts, and our minds, and how we work and how we want to work together. So I really appreciated it. It was draining. I was tired after. Let's see, what else? Council of Cities down in, where was it? San Carlos?
San Carlos.
San Carlos. That was fun. I think there's more, but, oh, Blues and Brews was great. Thank you for EDC for that. I think that's it. Thanks.
Tiger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Attended a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. Got word that a couple jurisdictions have taken advantage of the member agency grant program that we recently released vis-a-vis our surplus funds. Las Baños is using it for an updated electrified HVAC system, and San Bruno is doing street lights with battery backup. I'll certainly ask later when we're talking about capital improvement, but it's good to see that member agencies are starting to take advantage of the abilities offered. We had a discussion about a prepay system, funding system for energy procurement. It was very complex, involving investment in bonds that specifically our kind of agency is able to do. So that was a long presentation to explain how it works, and then a rigorous discussion around its pros and cons that followed, because it seemed a little too good to be true. And there was one con that we needed to think about, but looks like we'll be going forward with that. And we also talked about our role in the Caltrains electrification, which is interesting because not all of Caltrains is in San Mateo County, so the part that's in Santa Clara County doesn't come from us, but the part in our county does. So the next Peninsula Clean Energy meeting will be on the 23rd. Attended Council of Cities in San Carlos. The reason I originally knew about the in perpetuity concept was because of an ABAG meeting in which I think it was John Dugan presented it at ABAG as a thing that San Carlos was doing, and so I've been chomping at the bit to try and get underway here in Pacifica, along with updating our inclusionary to 20%, all of which we'll be able to discuss once our housing element has been certified and we can get on to those next steps of working on affordable housing. Blues and Brews, I was able to attend an hour of it after work. I ran straight over, and my girlfriend and her daughter were there, so we got to dance around for a minute, and I enjoyed a beer with her, and that was very nice. Library JPA was a big strategic planning meeting. We had the pleasure of joining with the operations committee, which we don't regularly do, of which our city manager plays a large role. And so it was great to have city manager and other folks from operations sitting around the table. And I'm super excited to hear that the kiosk is on its way. And it's in my backyard practically, so presumably I'll see as it's going through it. And that's very exciting to see it up and running. After that Library JPA meeting, I took a walk with Antonio from East Palo Alto, who's the current mayor. And it was a really good walk. We checked out the Super Bloom on Maury Point. I only bring it up in terms of the relationships that I think are important, even though they don't necessarily seem intuitive to Pacifica work. He is one of the contenders for the, I believe it's District 4 County Supervisor race. So one never knows, but it's good to make sure we solidify our friendships, and that could play a deeper part, especially if it winds up influencing county level.
He was also at the training I attended.
Yeah. Yeah, great guy. I attended that insurance department meeting with Christine at Ray's office. Great meeting. Thank you for bringing up uphelp.org for if you need help with insurance. Insurance.ca.gov was another good one. I didn't hear if you mentioned it or not, but yeah. And we also touched briefly on a few of our community members brought up issues along the coast that might pertain to insurance, and it was really more about fire, but I think a few of us took the opportunity to try and ask questions around how LCLUP might affect insurance. There wasn't much of an answer from the folks who were there that it would. That doesn't mean it wouldn't. It means that they didn't seem to have an answer to suggest in that moment that there would be. So I'm trying like heck to follow up in any way to find information that might support an understanding one way or the other. Attended the North Coast County Water District groundbreaking. Again, very exciting. It was good to have that harmonious moment with them. Team building was intense, and to the point that was brought up earlier, yeah, it was about trying to figure out how we can hear each other's voices, especially when we have differing views, and make sure that we have the flow of communication. I think that for me, before I got on council, one of my concerns had something to do with wishing that conversations were more conducive toward council members hearing each other's thoughts to be able to incorporate differing views despite the strength with which they disagreed with one another. And with that firmly in mind for the last 3 some odd years I've been here, that's where these exercises are so helpful, is making sure that our communication doesn't break down to the point on any given level that we can't hear each other even when we disagree. Had a LAFCO budget committee meeting, nothing particularly interesting there. That's Local Agency Formation Commission, part of the Budget Commission, so Budget Committee. So, and there was a Pacifica Resource Center board meeting last Wednesday. I did miss the Pacifica Service Awards that day, which I regretted, but I had work, and at some point you can only fit so much in. They're moving into their new space at 2316 Palmetto. The tentatively a soft opening is scheduled for June. We'll see, but it's exciting that they have space to store and distribute food. Speaking of food, what they really need are proteins, prepackaged meal in a can or what have you, like peanut butter, stews, tuna, also beans and rice. Apparently Second Harvest is not doing as well as they were, and so whatever canned goods we can get to PRC is a big help. The Father's Day card fundraiser will be going on through the 9th of June, I believe. It's another great way to support PRC while simultaneously a card goes to your dad, and you can honor your dad that way. I know I have many fathers in my life whom I look forward to sending cards to. And the 50th anniversary of PRC, the big Palmapalooza celebration, which is the annual big fundraiser event, will be going on September 21st. I'm looking forward to what promises to be a really exciting event. CCAG Legislative Committee meeting last Thursday, Senate Bill 1031, which had something to do with consolidation of transit, was the big thing that's been talked about and discussed lately. We'll see where it goes in the legislature. Kind of wondering if it's, at this point, boiling down to a BART bailout without the consolidation language being strong. Coordination seems like a more prudent approach, but we'll see where that conversation goes. Thank you to all the mothers that we got to honor yesterday. And today there was Peninsula Division Executive Committee meeting. We gave the Legislative Action Committee updates from the event the other week. Oh, and May 22nd, there's going to be for electeds a thing about the roundtable, the Business Roundtable Taxpayer Deception Act, as it's being labeled. May 22nd, and registration is due on Wednesday. And then for lunch this afternoon, I met with San Mateo Chamber representative and had a really good conversation about politics, both inside and outside of Pacifica.
Thank you. I did things that other council members did, Council of Cities, Blues and Brews. I went to Sacramento for a week, 4 days. I met with Diane Pappin for quite some time. Mark Berman, he came out and he started talking to me and he goes, I know what you want. He goes, you want a pier, you want a seawall, and I know you want other things too. Thank you. I mean, he was actually laughing and enjoying the fact that he knew exactly what I wanted. So Josh Becker couldn't show up and Evan Lowe did not show up. So I didn't get to talk to Josh at all, but spent several hours with Diane, which was good. The groundbreaking and I had a lot of meetings about legislation while I was in Sacramento and insurance and topics that affect all of us. They have some differences of opinion on city topics than I have regarding voting. So I just didn't listen. I was supposed to attend the electrification meeting on Saturday, and for some reason, I just couldn't get there. I think I was tired. So I will. They're going to have 2 more of those electrification, where you get to tour the trains and see what it's all about. A lot of our major elected officials were at this one, and I feel like I missed out. FOMO. So, FOMO. I did attend the employee lunch, and we have an employee who's been here for 32 to 35 years, 40 years. I mean, it was incredible. If you added up, I'll leave this one to Kevin, but if you added up all the years that people served the city of Pacifica, it's amazing, amazing, 40 years. I went to the CCAG regular meeting, which we went over new mission and vision, and I had missed the meeting before, and Tiger was there, so I didn't speak up, and I spoke up after, because basically it sounds like it's all transportation and climate change. And so I thought they left out a couple of items that CCAG, City and County Association of Governments, handles. They do housing, stormwater, and a lot of other items. Legislative is a big part of it too, and they didn't have that in their mission. I watched from above the Junior Olympics. There were so many things that day that I didn't actually go down in there, but I sat in my car and watched for a little while. And it was beautiful and sunny, and it was perfect weather for that event. I went to Mermaid, I walked Palmetto and went into various businesses. I saw Christine in one of them. There are a lot of activities. Saturday, there's sports, there's a sports breakfast, there's the Democrats, there's the Terra Nova car show, there's the fire at the community center, fire awareness. Yeah, there's newspaper group coming to meet with us, and electrification meeting at the library at 1 o'clock. So, or I have that in here. Maybe it's not happening. Oh, it got changed?
I was wondering.
Oh, okay.
So, okay.
Yeah, you can take that one off.
Thank you. Because really, I've learned that you can't go everywhere, and you can't be in multiple places at the same time. So this week I have a lot of meetings, but FogFest, they're doing their first annual FogFest fundraiser at Winters. It's at 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. They're going to have some food, and it's $25. And if you don't want to go, you can just donate. You can go online and donate the $25, and every penny will help the FogFest.
Which day?
It says Sunday the 18th, but Sunday's the 19th, and it is on Sunday, so the 19th. I looked it up, and it was incorrect. So a lot of things happening, and a lot of good things, and just trying to stay positive. It's really important. Oh, and I have to say, because this is my big thing, on Mother's Day, I went to the Giants and we rode in a self-driving car in a Waymo with no driver to the park and back from a spot in San Francisco. And you would have thought we were celebrities. People were waving to us, taking pictures, astonished, and it was an astonishing thing to do. I wasn't sure I'd ever do it, but they drive very carefully. Very carefully. It took them forever to cross after the game because so many people are walking, and they were so cautious that they wouldn't turn. So it was, sorry, I know that has nothing to do with Pacifica, but someday it will. Someday we'll have these self-driving cars in Pacifica too. So it was just an amusing thing to do. So thank
Mayor,
you.
thank you for bringing up Junior Olympics. And I really want to commend our Parks, Beaches, and Recreation staff. I was there all day wearing my Lions jacket because the Lions are sponsors of that event. Then everybody did a great job. The weather was perfect. The kids were so engaged. Families were excited. It was very hard to vote for the Spirit Award and not be able to give it to everyone, but it was Sunset Ridge School that won this year, cool. Which was exciting. And it was just great. PB&R did an outstanding job. I was really, really proud.
And of course, I was at team building too, which was, like everyone said, very difficult. So thank you.
That Spirit Award is so important. I remember cheering as loud as we could. More stallions.
Christine has something to add.
Yeah, I just forgot that, and I don't think I heard you say it. This Saturday, the Pacifica Dems meeting from 9:30 to 11. Actually, Justin Cummins, who's the new Coastal Commission representative for our area, is coming to speak. He's from Santa Cruz.
And he will not take questions at the event, I heard today.
Okay.
So all questions have to be submitted way in advance. He wants to see them all.
Okay.
Before. He will not take any questions. And Tiger is going to be the person asking the questions.
Oh, wow.
That's news to me, am I?
I know. Sometimes I learn things that you just may not know.
I'll have to talk to, I'll have to talk to Mike about that one. I'm not sure I'm the best suited to be asking those questions.
It's who he asked for. Justin Cummings asked specifically. for you. Wow. So, just so you know.
Impressive.
Okie dokie.
And
Still might have to talk to Mike about that one.
Okay. Anything else?
And I just wanted, there were a couple of questions about the quarry, and since that hearing is Monday, I was hoping that City Manager Woodhouse might be able to address some of the questions from the audience and talk about that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, that closes council communications, and we'll open staff communications.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I had a few updates. I can mention the Planning Commission study session. So a reminder that the quarry reclamation plan is a private development application, so there are due process considerations in that. And the study session is at the request of the applicant. So we always honor the request of applicants for that. Planning Commission had a significant amount of questions about past reclamation plans, amounts of fill, et cetera, and the applicant thought it best to address that in a study session format. So therefore, that's why the study session is happening. The announcements that I wanted to provide.
Michelle wanted to add something.
Well,
please go ahead.
And just to clarify, there was also a question about the attorney at the Planning Commission meeting, why they said that, a study session would not be appropriate. The reason was because a unilateral suggestion of a study session by the city would not have been appropriate because it could have implicated their due process rights. That's why this request actually came from the developer, which was why it is appropriate, because it's the developer who is requesting the delay, essentially, or an additional meeting rather than a hearing where a decision could be made. No decision will be made on the 20th. There will be a following Planning Commission hearing where the consideration of approval or denial or modified conditions of approval for the application will be considered.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Kevin.
So yes, indeed, it's been a busy time, and I attended many of the events that council members had mentioned, made it to the end of the Brews and Blues event, which is a magnificent turnout, much bigger than the first year. So that pilot test is really accelerating, which is great to see. There was the council team building all day Saturday, and the Friday previous to that was the executive team building session all day with the same facilitator, and so that was very productive. There was the North Coast County Water District groundbreaking that I attended as well as the library strategic planning session with the operations committee and the governing board for that, which was exciting as well. In addition to all of the ordinary work and major issues that we're working on. But what I really wanted to highlight was the Employee Recognition and Service Awards event, which Mayor Vaterlos mentioned, and I know all the council members really desired to be there, but it's in the middle of a weekday, so it's very difficult when you have other day jobs, et cetera. So, but it was a fantastic event. It was a huge turnout of city employees, and when we do hold these, usually there is a large turnout. I began my comments just by asking all of the employees that were hired within the last year to stand up, and there were dozens of them there. So, not only do we have really long-standing tenure and service from employees, but a lot of new employees too. So that family environment that we had, great food that was served there, great meal, and just, laughter and everybody having a great time. And then recognizing employees, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30, 35, and one employee that has achieved 40 years of service. So that was pretty stunning.
Yeah, who is it?
B in building and planning. Oh. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually. One metaphor I'll sort of share, which I didn't share in my comments at the event, but it's really appropriate, especially since it's Public Works Recognition Week coming up. I mean, we honored that proclamation today, as well as emergency medical services. So you know that I'm fond of hiking and skiing in the backcountry, and the metaphor is that when you look up at a mountaintop and you're going cross country, it looks very daunting. How are we going to get up that cliff? How are we going to get across, around that rock outcropping? And what happens is when you are doing it and you get up to that big rock outcropping, there's always a way around it. There's always a way over it, and you can get to the mountaintop. And the work and problem solving that our staff does in all of the departments, wastewater, public works, even, you know, difficult planning issues, difficult administrative service issues, you name it, it can seem really daunting. And this staff has the knack of diving in, and they figure out solutions. They get around those obstacles in it. And it's just a metaphor that I've shared before with staff, and the council may have heard that, but I just wanted to share that again because it is really positive and encouraging. And I'm very grateful for all the employees. So I wanted to share that. It was a great event, and we look forward to, you know, more celebrations upcoming. That completes my communications.
Okay, and I'm going to say one more thing. Chris, thank you so much. I made him go out to my car to get my phone, which was actually in my pocket the whole time. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. We can take a break, and then we'll come back. We have no public hearings, but we'll go into council consideration.
Recording stopped.
Yeah. we're going to start the meeting.
Recording in progress.
Did you notice I didn't give a time because we never follow through and we never get our time correct? So today I didn't give a time. So now we're starting the meeting back at 9:18, and we're going into consideration City Council strategic planning update for 24-25.
Thank you, and I'll just kick this off very briefly and flip it over to Greg Larson, who was the facilitator for the strategic planning update session. But it's been a couple months, so Mr. Larson's going to go through a brief slide presentation to remind the council of everything we went through. And again, this is the first year update to the strategic plan that was created last year, and then as part of the package as well is the draft work plan, draft staff work plan, which is the detailed milestones related to fulfilling the strategies. But what the council is really focused on tonight is adoption of the strategies, and then of course the confirming of the mission, vision, values, and goals.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and members of council, it's great to be back with you in the city of Pacifica yet again. For the audience, this agenda item starts on packet page 211 for those in the public. I am going to quickly run through some slides you've seen over the last 2 years, but also some new information based on your direction at the March 9th prior council retreat. First, just as an overview, the strategic plan the council adopted last year consists of several elements: the mission statement, which is what the city does; the vision statement, which is what you want to become; the values are the way that the city approaches its work; the goals are the ones you've established to achieve the vision, and the strategies under each goal is how to achieve those goals. Based on the council's direction on those first 5 elements that's updated every year, your staff then develops an implementation action plan and reviews that with you at the retreat, and they've done an updated version attached to the staff report tonight, which will be further updated based on final budget determinations the council makes over the next 2 months, starting with your discussion this evening. So that's the strategic plan overview we've used for the last 2 years. At the council workshop on March 9th, we had 4 objectives, which was to align the leadership team on the same sets of priorities, to celebrate accomplishments and all that the city has done, to review the adopted strategic plan from last year, and to identify priorities or changes that could impact the development of the proposed budget for next year. We did that through an agenda that took large part of the day, from a welcome and workshop overview, the celebrating of accomplishments, a communication style exercise, ample public comment on a wide array of issues. Then the afternoon was spent reviewing the adopted strategic plan and identifying priorities for possible changes. I am going to highlight a few items that were not in the PowerPoint that was presented at the council meeting, at the council workshop, because they're items that the council talked about on March 9th. But when you celebrated your recent accomplishments of the prior year, and there was like 3 or 4 dozen victories you had identified over the prior year, we then asked the question of, well, what have been the factors that made the city so successful? And what the council and your staff identified was the strong history of public involvement, dedicated staff, as there's been ample commentary about tonight, managing through scarcity, a flexible city manager, the teamwork led by the council and the city manager, and I'm just still pleased to see this council's commitment to taking time to strengthen the team so you can be stronger when you do have differences, but you can work through them more easily. Clear and thoughtful direction from the city council, which your strategic planning process is a large part of it, the respect and love for each other and your community and your staff, and then just why I love to come to Pacifica whenever I can, the natural beauty of the place. So those are the factors you identified. You may also recall we did a little simple communication style exercise with the council. And I'm not going to walk you through that all again, but just by the size of the text and numbers, I'm refreshing you on the results of that, and that this council and your senior staff were overwhelmingly considerate as your dominant style, followed closely by systematic, further back direct, and the one category that's lighter was the spirited. In fact, I think it was one council member who had that as a secondary style. And it's in what you want to seek is balance in all that you do to reflect your community and the needs of your community, and to make sure you're bringing your collective strengths to the work ahead. So this is a simple graphic summary of that communication style exercise. And the two numbers, the first number is the council votes, and the second number after the slash is when you add in the city manager and city attorney. So you get the full team perspective there. Adopted mission, what do we do? Given the hour, I was going to ask council members to read these, but you're familiar with them. I think you'll see them on the screen. The council did not direct any changes to the adopted mission at the retreat, so unless there's a request otherwise, I'll proceed. Same with the vision, what we are becoming. The council did not direct any changes to that at this point in time. And similarly, the values, how do you do your work? The council did not direct any changes at this time. And I will point out, since this was your first year after adopting the strategic plan, there usually isn't changes to the mission, vision, and values. In fact, it's not uncommon for the mission, vision, and values to stay constant over the full 5 to 10 year scope of a strategic plan. It's not something you want to be changing every year and tweaking, because they're supposed to be your North Stars that's driving you ahead, while the goals and strategies will evolve over time. So I'll pause there. Any questions yet from council on the workshop or the mission, vision, values? Okay. Now we'll get to the more substance of the work that the council did in the afternoon at the workshop. You reviewed the 5 adopted goals that were adopted last year, how to achieve our vision, and the council didn't have any changes to the goal statements themselves. So we'll now walk through each of those goals and consider the strategies under them. The 3 strategies remain under enhanced organizational and fiscal stability. The council did not request any changes to those strategies, but as the council will remember, as you walked through and discussed each of the strategies, you were providing additional feedback to staff on kind of where we've been making progress, where things seem to be held up, maybe some nuanced changes, and staff has tried to reflect much of that in their work plan development that they've brought back to you as well. So while there was no changes for this goal and 3 of the other goals, there was lots of council discussion and feedback to staff on how to focus the strategies to continue moving forward. To improve and steward the city infrastructure, streets, and facilities, the council did request a change in language to letter C. It was a more time-specific strategy that you had previously approved last year, and based on feedback from the community and research that had been done, the direction from council was to broaden the library project and not to move it from the strategy, but to keep it as a strategy, but to broaden the work. So this is your staff's recommendation on what this alternative language could be. Mayor, why don't I pause there and see if council's comfortable with this alternative language?
I think it's perfect. Oh, sorry, Mayor. Should I?
No, go ahead.
At the Library Advisory Committee meeting, that's really been the focus. As the committee has been reformed, there's been this pause, this lag kind of from the time we had the bond in 2016, and then the reconstitution of the Library Advisory Committee and all the work that it did, and really had a lot of momentum. And then we had the pandemic. And so then there's been this, again, now lull. And so we're kind of back at a task of needing to broaden community awareness. So I think it's perfect.
And even hearing the council's discussion earlier, library projects, it's not just a new library or the new satellite. I mean, even the kiosk project that was talked about could be part of this strategy and what you're moving ahead with there. So not seeing any changes to that, I'll continue on. The third goal was prioritize protection and development of affordable housing, completing the housing element update, updating the short-term rental ordinance, and prioritize housing element program implementation. The council had all of these as highest priorities for the city, so this will be a real focal area for the next year, but you didn't change any of the strategies under this. You thought they captured what the city needed to focus on. Pursuing climate change adaptation and mitigation, the work is underway, as had been reflected in the work plan with your CAP committee. The council had ample discussion about the urban forestry and tree canopy and how to keep moving ahead on that, even though there are other priorities, such as the climate action and the local coastal plan work, which I know you've been focusing on so much for the first half of this year. The last one was broaden public communications and collaboration. And at the council workshop in March, there was a suggestion to add a new strategy. This was the one new strategy the council wanted to consider possibly adding to the strategic plan tonight. And so I think this is a substantive discussion. The council needs to decide if this should be added at this point in time or not.
And presumably that deliberation would happen after public comment, but if I may add a 2 cents before we get to proper deliberation, Mayor. At the last PCE meeting, I was discussing with a couple of colleagues from other jurisdictions and noticing a trend in our community. I turned to them both and I said, you two who are also in different cities, do you notice that things seem to be more violent in your cities also? Let alone chaotic in general. And it was disconnected from a thought process having to do with this. But at the last council meeting, a sympathetic member of the community spoke to this not being the right time for this item. And while I still see value in having discussion around it when we get into deliberation, I've been thinking about all of these things taken together, and it seems like every direction I'm looking, whether it be quarry reclamation or LCLUP, let alone what's going on in Gaza. And then the run-of-the-mill, oh look, we just had a shooting today in Pacifica and a fire in an apartment building. And while I feel like logically there's very good reasons for this to be the right time to have the discussion, it's been driven home that the emotional state of the city may very well make this not the right time to have this discussion. So I just wanted to suggest that maybe, I'm willing to take a step back and acknowledge that I don't need to add more fire to what's been burning.
I guess we'll wait to talk about it further when we do deliberation, but thank you for your clarification.
The last slide, substantive slide, is strategic planning best practices. This is what the manager and I have presented to the council a year ago, and we always like to bring it back to you in that adopting the strategic plan is just the first part of the work, and then it's implementing it, which your staff is following up on with their work plan. But there's also steps that can be taken, particularly as you move back into the Civic Center and you are using the chambers to elevate the visibility of the adopted strategic plan, to incorporate it in your budget process, which you'll be starting that discussion after this item, to reference the strategic plan in council and other reports, Your staff is committed to providing periodic work plan updates on the strategic plan so the council and the public can see progress using the new Achieve It tool, which it's my first time working with that, and it's a great tool to do ongoing regular updating of the work program. And then the council has this past year, and it's certainly a best practice to continue, is to consider which strategies may need to be delayed or dropped to address new or emerging priorities. And the example I always like to use is the strategic plan a client adopted in 2019 didn't have deal with the global pandemic as one of their priorities. They changed their work plan in 2020 because they had to. That's the nature of civic business. But still, having the roadmap lets you maximize your ability to get the most amount of work done. And then again, to continue this city's longstanding best practice of doing an annual review of your priorities in the context of a strategic plan that will then result in future council meetings like this one, where you'll review and update the strategic plan as you deem appropriate. That concludes the staff report. The final recommendation that will come back to you after public comment and council discourse is to approve the updated City of Pacifica 2023 to 2030 strategic plan with its mission, vision, values, goals, and strategies. And that's reflected in attachment A, which is packet page 214.
Thank you. Are there any council questions? No. Seeing no questions from council, are there any? I will now open it up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public? Sue?
This is item 10, right? Yes. Okay, so the teacher in me, wordsmithing. So I'm not clear. So we're saying the strategic plan, mission, values, etc. I'm questioning, assuming that the mission of the municipality, our community, has a mission, and then strategic planning has a mission that could be a bit different because you're being more specific. So I'm a little confused on that, if you could do a little bit more on that. Regarding the part about term limits, that changed some years ago, 2018. That did not come from council. I'm just kind of curious why that would come from council. Regarding a sidebar, the amount of work and meetings you have to have, I think if I were you up there, I would be complaining. I don't know how you keep up with it. As a engaged citizen that wants to be, may I repeat a million times, a government of, by, and for the people, I can't keep up with you. So I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know how staff is doing. It's crazy scary. So just those few comments for now, I believe. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Seeing no one, Emily? There's no one on the phone, so I'll bring it back to council for deliberation. Christine, did you have? No.
Sorry, I was going to ask one question that's not related to the term limits. So, and I asked this question in my questions to staff earlier. So one of the things we did add during the goal setting was the review of development fees. And so I understand staff added it to the work plan, but I'm a little confused myself. Like, what's the difference between what is on here as a goal and something we're working on and something that is added to the work plan?
So that is identified as a strategy to fulfill one of the
one
goals.
of the existing goals?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's goal number one, right? The
It is
financial
goal number one.
sustainability.
Okay. Okay.
And so it's a strategy that's in there.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Actually was going to start by trying to answer Sue DeGree's questions with the first one, which I think you tracked with. I was watching you as she was asking, and if you'd answer,
sure,
that would be cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. So the question came in from a member of your public about the adopted mission. Is it the mission of the strategic plan, or is it the mission of the city? When you do a strategic plan for an organization, one of the first steps is to agree upon an articulated mission statement for the organization. So what the council adopted a year ago is what's on the screen now, which is not the strategic plan's mission statement. It is the city's mission statement adopted as part of the strategic plan. So it's the city's mission statement. This is what the council determined a year ago is what the city of Pacifica does. That's their mission. I believe that answers the question.
So why is it important to begin with a mission statement as a part of this overall strategic planning process?
So that there's clarity amongst the council, with your staff, and with the public on what the duties and responsibilities and charge of the city is. And it's to be intentional with agreed upon language on how does that reflect it. And having worked on this with many cities, cities have slightly different definitions of what it is they do, even though you all operate under the same general law or charter, depending on the structure of your city, and you have basically the same template of services you provide to your constituency. It is the city's definition of itself of what it wants to do. And I remember a year ago, the city of Pacifica, the council had discussion about exceptional services, even in the face of tight resources. You wanted to have exceptional services strong there. You wanted to maintain the small town feel and safety of the community, even though there's a housing element out there that the state's requiring you to maybe look at changes that might impact that you wanted to be stewards of your natural resources and the coastal beauty. So you collectively put these together to define what it is you think the city organization needs to do on an ongoing basis. Same for vision. It's kind of, what are we becoming? Where do you want to focus your work for the future? And being inclusive and sustainable were words that the council quickly got to a year ago, inclusive and sustainable. And then there's a fair amount of discussion about recognizing that had to be environmentally, economically, socially, and then a new dimension of holistically, of reflecting the whole and even the spirit of the community, being part of that. And that was the vision statement, the best language we could come up with the council for articulating a council's common direction of where they see the city focusing for the future.
So you're saying before we even get to the strategic tasks, which in and of themselves break down to the particular things we're doing, we want to start with what we're currently doing and then another headline about where we think we're going.
Correct.
And by the way, as I'm looking at this side by side with my packet, I'm noticing that it looks a lot better in this format than as 2 lines, 2 sentences, which is the way it appears in text on the packet.
Any other comments?
Not about that.
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tiger, for what you had to say tonight about the council term limits. And when I first saw it up on the screen, I was like, is that where it fits, for starters? in our, goals. Is that where it should be? And I also think that people who serve want the opportunity to finish things. And I think that government takes a really long time, and relationship building takes a long time, and serving on regional boards takes a long time to create all those relationships and bring things into Pacifica. So in that sense, I can understand why someone would want to serve another term. I feel really tired. So when I look at it tonight, I was like, I don't even know, but I can understand why. I don't think it's a selfish thing. I think it's an opportunity to finish the things and the relationships and the funding and the projects that we started. I do appreciate that you are willing to step back, so thank you for that.
Before deepening that conversation, to answer the commenters' questions, the reason why I thought it would be good to have that discussion is because the thing that specifically changed between when this was passed and now was districting. And we do not have a small town until you break us up into 5 pieces, at which point any given piece asking for there to be even a regular pool of people, it starts to become suspect. And there's we don't live in a vacuum, and we can look at other jurisdictions and how districting is working out in other jurisdictions our size, and where there's jurisdictions where, okay, it obviates that incumbents often are kind of ushered in easier, especially when no one's running against them, which happens in a lot of other jurisdictions. And there's also concern around any given district perhaps having somebody run whom frankly wouldn't be competent for the role. And I'm pointing specifically to a news article I read, and it was several years ago, maybe a couple years ago now, about some neo-Nazi who ran for a school board seat unopposed because there were nobody else running. Which at large, it kind of takes care of itself, because out of 38,000, even if 4 people run for 2 seats, it has the potential to take care of itself. I think when I read that news story, it scared the bejeebus out of me. And I thought to myself, well, here we are 2 times into this cycle, and somebody's running unopposed, somebody who I love, who I wouldn't want to see run opposed anyway, but that's beside the point. The point is, if this is thinning the margins of the people who are running, it seems like we should have that discussion sooner than later before something potentially bad to our community happens because not enough people ran. But, that being said, boy, are things tense right now. And it's not ideal if it comes from the dais. I agree with that. And thank you, Sue, for acknowledging that we're doing everything we can to serve the public in some way that's beneficial, and it is exhausting. But that was the motivation, and that's why I think it's an important conversation and the responsible conversation to have. But, I get it. Things suck right now.
And I'm the one being termed out, and I didn't bring this up at all, and was surprised to see it when it came up at council, because I had no idea. So just to say it didn't come from me.
A few questions. I mean, one, I don't know if we've had enough experience with district elections to know if it's a problem yet or not. I mean, I know some people who were considering running in District 3, but didn't want to run against Mary. So I know there are people waiting in the wings for their turn. So anyway, throw that out there. I do wish it would come from the public instead, and I guess the last one did that way, right? Yep. Because there is something about us like trying to hold on, feeling like it's us trying to hold on to our positions as opposed to the community asking us to serve longer. I'd really like to know what the cost implications are and the staff commitment time is, because everything else that we brought up that we wanted to add that the community is asking for, we've had to say no to. So to say yes to staff time and money and so forth, and we're about to get into our budget, which is scary as heck, you know, next, is this the right time to spend that money to do that? I don't know.
I mean, to the money question, I think there's a very definite answer, and depending on the way our balloting goes, actually the cost isn't necessarily substantial at all, and I think I'm talking something like $14,000. And again, that's depending on what is on the ballot. It could be as little as $14,000. It could be as much as I think $120,000, but it depends on what's on the ballot. But that being said, I have a lot of concern, as I stated, with adding more to a really heated circumstance in our community, top to bottom, city to globe, than I have with, you know, even if it's a negligible amount of money. But if you feel different, you know.
I think district elections made a huge impact because I served in both. There were actually 5 people running in District 1 in the beginning, and it ended up to be 2. So why did the other people decide not to run at the last minute? And it was quite a bit different running. I mean, it was, for me, much easier to run citywide because I know people in the whole city. I don't necessarily know a bunch of people who are in my district. So, and I agree with you about representation on boards, the camaraderie that we have with our peers in other cities. It's all really important. I brought up something at CCAG, and the chair said, "Sue, you've been here a long time. You know, just go ahead, go forward." Because it's true. So there are important factors that we don't have, and no one who I've talked to has 2-term limits without the possibility of returning ever again. There are other cities who have the ability to return, either taking a year or 2 years off of council and then returning and starting over again. So we were very strict, or the community was very strict, because it did go to a vote, and they were strict in their terms. So, Tiger, did you? Okay.
So it sounds like we're removing it? Is that what I'm hearing, or?
That's the direction I'm leaning.
Okay.
And I mean, just in regards to that process, I think we would want a motion and a second and vote to, in terms of when you get to adoption of this strategic plan, just add if there's a motion to remove this strategy, I mean this goal, then or strategy actually, then.
For example, move staff recommendation with the deletion of 5C.
Yeah.
That could be the motion if you want to get rid of it.
Are there any other elements of this plan that we're discussing before we get to a motion? In that case, I'll move approval of the updated City of Pacifica 2330 strategic plan, mission, vision, values, goals, and strategies, minus 5C.
I'll second.
Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Greg, thank you so much.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
And drive safe. I don't know where you have to go, but it's, you know, nighttime.
I'm staying here tonight.
Oh, very good. Well, then sleep well.
Hopefully it's sunny tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Fiscal year 2024-25, base budget, long-term financial outlook, and introduction of the 24-29 capital improvement plan. Kevin.
Thank you. I'll kick this off and then I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Carter to dive into the presentation. I just wanted to hit on some of the overarching points about tonight. Again, this is about the base budget. This is not about the proposed budget, which will come back to council at June 10th. The proposed budget will include any enhancements or changes in the budget. So this is presenting the base budget. Also, the 10-year long-term financial outlook, which is important to have for context. And a couple points that I want to highlight that are in here, and Ms. Carter will cover. One of the, you'll see a structurally balanced base budget, which is a great position to be in. A lot of cities right now with a downturn in sales tax are looking at deficits. However, key point to keep in mind, which will be highlighted, is the only way that we're presenting that structurally balanced base budget is because of a council strategy that the council approved when we brought the budget strategies forward, which was that we're going to prudently factor in an amount of salary savings into this budget, which we normally don't do. So that's an important item to keep in mind. Also, I wanted to point out that in the budget staff report, we talk about the outreach we're doing called the Pacifica discussion, which is really surveying and getting input. And we've had incredible feedback of probably more than 1,000 respondents, both paper postcards as well as filling the form out online, about our infrastructure needs, our city services generally, and specifically infrastructure needs moving forward. And so in the CIP overview that you'll see, there's a lot of focus on infrastructure, and that Pacifica discussion process is ongoing. Will continue through the end of the fiscal year, help inform our budget and council decisions looking forward. So I wanted to highlight that as well. Regarding the financial forecast, you will see that we're hanging on by a thread over the 10 years. So we're not really out of the woods in terms of our long-term financial goals and long-term financial sustainability. And that's important to keep in mind as well. And we'll cover that a little bit in more depth. So with that, I think that those are all the points I wanted to make. Turn it over to Ms. Carter.
Great. Well, thank you so much, City Manager Woodhouse and Madam Mayor and City Council. So tonight we are continuing our budget development process and presenting you with the base budget for the upcoming year and the financial outlook and the introduction of the CIP. So that's the subject for tonight's discussion. As part of the base budget presentation, we will go over the revenues and expenditure assumptions that we made for the base budget. We'll touch base on the general fund balance structure again at the baseline before we even go into discussion of the service enhancements. We'll talk a little bit about other funds. Then we'll have a presentation related to the capital improvement program for you, and again, finish with the long-term financial outlook. So let's first review the budget timeline. As you can see that we are almost halfway through, actually more than halfway through our budget development process right now. The new budget cycle started back in March when we presented you with the mid-year budget review. We also had a study session in April when we talked about budget methodology, this timeline, and preliminary strategies. And also in March, the Council held a strategic planning and priority setting workshop, and this work just concluded by your approval of the strategic plan mission, vision, goals, and strategies that you just did in the previous item. And tonight, we're in budget study session number 2 of the budget development process, talking about the base budget. Once we receive your feedback related to the base budget and the CIP program, we will bring our CIP plan to the Planning Commission for conformity with the general plan that's scheduled for June 3rd at the next Planning Commission meeting. And finally, the City Manager's recommended budget, all recommendations will be presented to you on June 10th, followed by adoption of the formal adoption of the budget on June 24th. So very quickly, what is the base budget and how is it different from the proposed budget? Well, you probably remember we implemented the modified base budget methodology 2 years ago, and developing the base budget is a key step in the budget development process. So the fiscal year 24-25 general fund or overall budget is built, base budget is built on fiscal year 23-24 revised budget. So this is your mid-year budget review that you did back in March. And we took out all one-time expenses approved by City Council for the last year's budget cycle and throughout the year. Then we added fiscal year 24-25 assumptions into the mix, and this is why the base budget is not a proposed or recommended budget yet. The budget does not include any service level increases or reductions to the current service level of service. And, but it does include the CIP program locations for the upcoming year because we wanted to build in this capital transfers into the base to get it as close as possible to the bottom line. And of course, if you do modify any CIP allocations, we will take this feedback and make some modifications and bring it back at the next meeting, but again, we want capital transfers to be included. So in other words, to summarize what the base budget is, it is a 2-day service level at tomorrow's cost. So, and the staff report goes deeper into assumptions that we made for all revenues and expenditures. So now the staff report again goes deep into the base budget assumptions. So let's look at the revenues first. Just by looking at this table, you can, well, especially in the last column, the change of the base over the prior year's revised budget. You can probably tell that unfortunately our local economy is not booming. So you can see that I want to highlight just a couple kind of key revenue points here. So first of all, the property tax is going up by 3%, and you probably remember that in the past we saw as high as 5–6% increase in the budget in this category during the hot real estate market conditions and high property transfer taxes as a result of it. And now, unfortunately, we are projecting only 3% based on information we're receiving from the county and HDL property tax division. And again, this is universal, it's not our issue, it's unfortunately the issue for our region in general. So that's one highlight. So the second highlight I wanted to bring up is the sales tax and Measure Y. As City Manager mentioned, well, the revenues are not, unfortunately, projecting much of an increase either. You may remember that during the mid-year budget review, we actually had to reduce the sales tax allocations from the originally adopted budget. And at that time, we were really waiting for the next sales tax quarter to come in, and we were hoping to have better news. And now this information is in. We did have a review of the latest quarter available from the state with HDL just a few weeks ago. And unfortunately, again, the revenues stay flat, so we can only assume 1% increase for the sales tax, and there is not much of an increase, like 12,000 only. That's what we could build in for the Measure Y.
And again, just as a reminder, originally we projected 2.8 million for Measure Y, and for the upcoming year, it will stay flat at 2.5 as reduced amount at mid-year. So, sorry. So the other item, again, TOT, that's another well, significant revenue stream for the city. And again, in the past few years, you probably saw a nice increase in this area, reflecting the post-COVID recovery of the hospitality industry in general. But once again, this revenues probably may have reached a plateau, showing only 2% growth based on the current activity that we are seeing from our hotels and STRs in terms of TOT. And finally, the other uncertainty is related to VLF in lieu revenues. Again, we've discussed it at the mid-year budget review. These revenues account for 10% of general fund budget, so it's quite a significant size of it. And we discussed that all the challenges around the VLF and in lieu revenues at length during the mid-year budget assumption revisions, and also we talked about the strategy for the upcoming year to actually budget the backfill that is due to the city. And this is in response, that was one of the city manager's recommendations, to budget the backfill as part of the unified San Mateo County approach to this fiscal threat. And that's what you see before you. So for us, this backfill for the upcoming year represents about 1.4 million. So it's quite a significant amount of money. And unfortunately, as of right now, the governor's budget does not include this backfill in the budget. So that means that this revenue that you see here as a difference, 1.4 million, is the revenue that we may not get at the end. But again, we'll get there when we get there. So at this point, we have this included.
Can I just interrupt there for a second? So you're saying the 1.4 million of the backfill is something we may not get, but are you saying that the current funds other than that are we're definitely getting the 4.6 minus 1.4?
So the numbers you see before you is an assumption for reduced allocation of the VLF. The amount of VLF revenues that was due to us this current year was 5.4 million, but we only got 3.8. So the assumptions for the upcoming year is continuing problem of the reduced revenues plus full backfill that is already known that is due to the city in the coming year. But again, this has continued to be a threatening situation and very uncertain.
But you don't think there's a risk that they're not going to pay us anything from the state for the VLF? Sorry, I'm asking my questions too early, but there's... That's fine.
Okay. If I'm understanding Councilmember Bowles, sorry.
Okay.
If I'm understanding the question, so correct. The backfill amount is not the whole VLF in lieu. So there's an estimate about, well, we know the precise number from 2 years ago about what we're owed.
Right.
And that's built into this budget because we are working towards and fighting and expect the state to backfill that amount. And if they don't, then at mid-year next year, we need to deal with that.
Right, but that's what I understand. So we may have to deal with the 1.4 million, but we don't necessarily have to deal with the 4.6 million.
That's right.
Of not being paid.
The 4.6 is what we are estimated to get plus the 1.4 backfill.
Okay. Well, 1.4 million is included in 4.6.
Right, I understand.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That helps me.
But again, to your question, so 4.5 million is the assumption here is a reduced VLF amount. We don't know what it's going to be, but we are still projecting the reduction here. So we don't want to have another year like we had this year when we brought 1.6 million adjustment to you at mid-year. So right now we're trying to get as close as we can to this real number plus the 1.4 that is kind of in jeopardy. Oh, sorry. So one other item I wanted to highlight here on revenues, you probably noticed the reduction in charges of services, 7%. So I just want to just be clear that it's not an alarm in revenue loss here that you can see. It's just the accounting reduction in cost reimbursable planning expenses that they have corresponding reduction on the expense side. We just want to, again, bring the reality and activity level closer to the budget so that there is no much of a variance. So this is more of accounting change in this category. Now we are moving to expenditures. And on expenditure side, again, the biggest category is salaries and benefits, and that includes salaries and benefits projections for 193.25 full-time equivalent positions citywide. So that includes all the positions that you approved to make permanent at mid-year. So we, again, everything that you already gave us direction on, we already built in the base budget. Well, and of course, well, salaries and benefits are pretty complex, so they include all kinds of different assumptions for medical, for unfunded pension liability and things like that. So we are continuing with the same category, with the same policy for other post-employment benefits trust allocation, so towards actuarial determined contribution. So this is consistent with the policy that we brought forward back in 2022 to fund the full ADC, the actuarial determined contribution as determined by valuation. In this case, in this year's budget, it's 283,000. We also contributing 167,000 towards PARS pension trust, and again, this is bare minimum level of contribution that we identified during the past budget strategies, and we are continuing with this as well without changes. And the biggest change here, as you can see, we put it as a separate line item, is a salary savings that we are building in the budget this year. So this is something we are doing for the very first time. And as we discussed it back in, like when we talked about the preliminary strategies, we talked about this potentially being ongoing strategy for the next few years, because the recruitment market is quite tough right now and probably will continue to be tough. And unfortunately, Pacifica is not the most competitive agency in the Bay Area. On the contractual services category, so here assumptions again include cost reimbursable reductions in planning services. Again, that's the other side of the revenue reduction here. So there is no much of a, well, there is no much of a concern here. It's just more of a bringing it to reality, so we don't have to talk about it over and over with the auditors explaining the variance. We also included some inflationary increases of 2% for most contractual services, just to account for inflation. And material supply category also includes inflationary increases. We removed some previously approved one-time expenditures that were approved in the past. And big change here you can see in the transfers out category. So this category drops quite significantly, and again, staff report goes in describing this in details, but we essentially excluding a $2 million transfer out to debt service fund as a one-time relief to general fund. So this is unfortunately only one time we can do it. just to, again, accounting change because, well, the debt service fund accumulated some cash balances over the last few years due to a pension obligation bond payment, and we just doing this one-time relief to bring this again closer to reality. So the debt service payment will continue being paid as scheduled, but from the debt service fund directly, without additional transfer from the general fund. And operating transfers also include all the transfers to internal services funds, including motor pool, risk management funds to fund insurance premiums and claim management, and some personnel allocation related to this. And another item to highlight here, transfer out for capital. You can see 75,000 here. So the general fund contributes towards only one CIP project, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. So that's, again, another important point here that we are making, because general fund cannot sustain ongoing large contribution towards the CIP. And these are all the assumptions, so I just went over them, so I don't think we need to spend much time on this slide. So now, as we factor in all the base budget assumptions for revenues and expenditures, you can see the bottom line here in the red circle. We are projecting a surplus of over 700,000 to fund fiscal year 24-25 ongoing service enhancement and work plan items. So that's our bottom line at the base budget level. Again, the line above, you can see we are kind of putting back the debt service transfer that we relieved one time, because we need to remember that next year it will be back, right? So that's why we excluded it out of this difference between revenues and expenditures, and only reduced it to 700,000 as a surplus for this year's budget. And finally, I just want to highlight again that this budget and these numbers only reflect the current base budget level. So the budget does not include any strategies or recommendations by the city manager towards, well, service enhancements that will be presented at the next meeting. Now, very quickly about other funds. So all our different funds grouped in these four categories: enterprise funds, that's sewer maintenance, sewer capital and sewer operating fund, as well as beach parking fund. So the expenditures for this category is 34.3 million. So it's about 36% of our budget, quite sizable. The sewer charges include 3.5% rate increase as per rate study, and budgeted at 19 million. And the difference of all expenses are significantly larger because of the investments in capital infrastructure. Again, there is nothing wrong with spending the fund balance to improve our infrastructure. The special revenues and capital funds account for special revenue sources. Those funds are restricted by law or administrative action or specific purposes. So expenditures here about 9% of the budget, and have all kinds of variety of different funds. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about funding sources as part of the CIP presentation. The next category is internal service funds. So those are funds that serve the needs of the city and account for city-wide services on a cost-reimbursable basis between other funds. And these funds represent like motor pool, employee benefits, risk management funds, and things like that, so true internal services. And finally, debt service fund accounts for debt obligations as self-explanatory. And I just, again, want to highlight that the total debt service payment for the upcoming year is about 2.5 million, so it will be done directly from the debt service fund, and we are building in one-time relief from the general fund as a transfer out. And with that, I want to turn it to Public Works team to go over the CIP.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Honorable City Council members. This is Roland Yip. I'm Deputy Director of Public Works / City Engineer. I also have with me Deputy Director of Wastewater, who I will pass it over for the wastewater projects. I'm going to go over our recommended capital improvement program. There are a large number of projects in our capital improvement program, and the city does not have enough designated funding sources to fund all of the projects due to the city's financial limitations and limited staff capacity to manage all the major capital projects. The fiscal year 24-25 CIP program recommendations are only limited to projects that are non-discretionary projects. So these are projects with available grant funding sources, legally mandated projects, or projects that pose an immediate threat to public health and safety. Of the non-discretionary projects that we are going over today, only one is requesting for funds from the general fund, and that is the city facility electric vehicle projects, and that is requesting $75,000 from the general fund. So the first project is the annual pavement striping and
I'm sorry,
marking.
could you say that last bit again?
That is the city facility electric vehicles project. That is one of the projects I will be talking about on the list here.
Thank you.
So the first project that I have here is the annual pavement striping and marking refresh project, and that is requesting $75,000 from Fund 13, the Street Improvement Fund. This is an annual project that we have to refresh center lines, bike lanes, edge lines, crosswalk stop bars, and more striping in the city roads. And the next project I have is the 24-25 pavement resurfacing project that is requesting $2.86 million from 4 funding sources. That is the Fund 9 Measure A, Fund 10 SB1, Fund 11 Measure W, and Fund 13 Street Improvement Fund. This project will rehabilitate pavement along roads designated in our 5-year paving plan, and it will also include pavement grinding for base repair as well as installation of thermoplastic striping, markings, and pavement markers. This project was previously approved on April 8th, and in working with finance on the balancing process, there is a slight change in the allocation of funds between these 4 funding sources, and this is reflected in attachment 4. The next project we have is 24-25 concrete and ADA improvement projects, and this is requesting for $205,000 from Fund 11 Measure W. And these are improvement ADA curb ramps in the vicinity of the yearly resurfacing project and associated sidewalk sections. And these are a requirement to do before you go into a pavement project and resurface a road. The next project I have is the Civic Center generator, requesting $300,000 from our disaster accounting fund. And so this project will install backup power generation infrastructure to ensure uninterrupted electricity supply during emergencies. So the Civic Center project did not have funding on the project originally for a generator. And this is the next one I have, city facility photovoltaic infrastructure. And this is requesting $75,000 from a grant. And this is going to be a grant-funded project. This project involves installation of solar panels on the rooftops of city facilities to harness renewable energy and reduce electricity costs, with the location still to be determined. And next project, city facility electric vehicle infrastructure project. This is requesting $475,000, and this is the first project I mentioned previously. Is $75,000 of this project will be coming from the general fund, and the $400,000 will be from a Peninsula Clean Energy grant funding. This project involves installation of electrical vehicle charging stations to support sustainable transportation options for visitors and employees at 4 locations. And the 4 locations we prioritize with the Civic Center first because it already has infrastructure for the EV charging. The next will be the courtyard due to the state law requiring our fleet to be electric vehicles. And then next will be the community center, and then if there's any funding left over, it will be the Rockaway Beach. And the last of this list is the Sharp Park Road slope erosion repair, and this is $30,000 from our disaster accounting fund to design the slope repair at this location due to storm damage at Sharp Park Road. And this design is for improvements that may be needed after our geotechnical study from our item 9 consent item. And with that, I'll pass it over to Louis Sun for our wastewater projects.
I think you might have skipped 7.
Oh.
Maybe I zoned out for a minute.
Well, that was the question, is has it been removed?
Oh.
Oh, sorry, what's?
The community center HVAC upgrade?
Oh, yes. So I was going to get to that. That project needs to be included with the continuing non-discretionary projects. So I've moved it to my next slide.
Okay.
Yeah, so the continuing projects are projects that were approved last year and requesting for additional budget. So it needed to be included with the next list instead. And we will correct that with attachment 4.
Do you want questions on the slides as we have them, or do you want us to come back?
I'll take the questions for these specific projects.
So on the previous slide, there was the $475,000 electric vehicle infrastructure. And I think I heard you say that 400 was be coming from PCE and 75 from the general fund?
That is correct.
So in the minutes from our meeting on some date, April 8th, when we had the presentation by PCE, Councilmember Beer specifically asked about how much was available for Pacifica, and the figure was $475,000. And I mean, I realized that was an anecdotal, presentation from the podium. It wasn't like a check, but I'm wondering why the difference in what's stated at that time, and then it sounds like it's really 400.
So I believe the split is between the photovoltaic infrastructure project, which we have listed for $75,000 in grant funding. That is the remainder of the Peninsula Clean Energy Grant Fund.
Thank you.
And I just had a question about the item 4, the generator. Can you tell us is that a diesel generator? What are we proposing? What are we looking at?
I believe it is a diesel generator. Director Peterson is here, who may have more details on the exact type that we're installing.
Thank you. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. Yes, it's diesel. So we are, going to be, this was something that was actually proposed originally with the Civic Center project. It was an additive alternate. However, that was something that we were unable to purchase because of the cost.
Okay, so I just know they're terrible for the environment and they're very noisy. And I'm just wondering, since we're adding solar panels now, which I'm really glad to see, if there's any chance we could approach PCE about adding some battery storage that would give us some extra capacity so that maybe we wouldn't need the generator as often if we had short-term outages, and could be a cleaner solution for the environment.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. We are discussing with PCE the whole photovoltaic. They're still working on that, also related to wastewater. So we haven't heard back from them, but these are all things that we'll be discussing with them.
Okay, I'd love for you to see if we can get some batteries too, if possible.
Councilmember Bowles, I might chime in, and perhaps Councilmember Big Stick might also have some information. But my understanding from my last...
to follow up on her questions, actually.
Okay. my understanding from my last conversation with PCE is, they have a future phase of their programming related to batteries, but it's not quite there yet, and it's quite costly, and, it's just... for reliance on battery storage for a civic center backup which needs to operate in an emergency capacity, I don't know that that's there yet at a cost point, but if Councilmember Big Stick has alternate information, or Director Peterson, you know.
I think I have questions more than alternate information because I share your concern, and I'm wondering if the diesel backup is imperative as to tomorrow, or if we can more thoroughly investigate. And at first my question is, okay, we have the member agency grant to the tune of $475,666 or so. And so the point was well taken. I see that we need the electric vehicle infrastructure for almost exactly that amount. Okay, it splits between the photovoltaic, which I'm not sure specifically where that $75K is supposed to be distributed. It doesn't seem to be specific, but I do know that we've been trying to work with PCE with their GovPV program to put photovoltaics both on the Civic Center as well as on the wastewater treatment plant if that calculation pans out. And so I wonder if through their GovEV program we might be able to cover some of the 475 where otherwise the member agency grant would then be better served for battery backup instead of diesel power if essentially through their help the costs are relatively negligible for the rooftop solar and perhaps the electric vehicle charging through other of their programs. So I was wondering if we work it right, maybe we can get the cake to eat as well as have.
Yeah, and again, these are things that we're exploring with them. I mean, I think they're pretty busy. I mean, we have been discussing the issues with them, and I think we're still waiting for them to get back to us. I know that when we had the community center, you might recall, we looked at the battery backup at that, and it turned out that that was, not something that was going to be achievable from a cost perspective. So we did not go that route. Now, is that going to change? Is something different, related to what they can offer us? We're still waiting to hear. So, when we hear that, we'll have that information. At this point, we're asking for the Civic Center generator money because we don't know that answer from them. I mean, certainly we could come back and change this up based on new information from PCE, but based on our past experience with the community center, we did not get the backup power, right? So, but again, we're waiting to hear back from them, and so this is something as soon if they have something that's is really different or really is cost effective. Something's changed up from what happened with the community center, we'll explore that and certainly would, try to move forward with that if that were feasible.
And the emergency backup is very important, but I just wanted confirmation that we'll certainly have that response from PCE before we get the battery back, or before we get the generator backup, because if we have that opportunity, it would be great. It would be great to have that taken up by us.
Yes, we're definitely going to be having those conversations with PCE.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a follow-up, and thank you, Tiger, for that. Is it, if it's taking a little longer to get information back from them, is it possible to rent a generator for a while instead of going out for the whole purchase?
Well, as you may recall, we have a generator over at the Civic Center. It's just very old and very loud and very noisy. So there's more, there's much more energy efficient and less noisy generators that are out there compared to what we have. What we have is a very old generator, and that was something, as you might recall, some of the residents around that area, they came to the meeting and they requested that we replace that generator because of the noise that it causes. So it is something that was an additive alternate. We didn't have money to do it. We'll certainly be looking at that, also related to the possibility of getting backup battery storage.
Okay. Move on, then. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Louis Sun, Deputy Director, Wastewater. The project that Wastewater are requesting for this fiscal year, the first project is the Clara Creek Water Recycling Plant, the headwork feasibility and improvement. This project is to improve our headworks, which is from our inspection last year, there were signs of corrosion in the headworks and also in the headworks channel. So this project is going to be for design for the permanent solution, and also we are embarking on a temporary fix, hoping to get this done this year in the dry weather season. The next project is the plant laboratory room improvement. This is just for $5,000 and it's to purchase of a new turbidity meter. The next project will be the plant security and gate system. We pushed this project out last fiscal year to this year. The gate system is about over 20 years old, and we're looking at improving, possibly installing a new gate and also a security camera system. The next project is our sewer system master plan update phase 2. As you recall, several months ago in the winter season, the council approved more data collection from our consultant, Woodard & Curran, and this project will be using the data that we collected, new flow information to update our sewer model. And this is in support of all these new development that are happening in the city. And the last project here on the list is the Sharp Park Pump Station, the R&R project. This is in support of the current Sharp Park Pump Station project. This particular project is for developing a bypass system in order for us to start our construction for the Sharp Park project. Next slide, please. And just finishing out, the Lindemar Pump Station R&R project, this project is to design and to purchase potentially new jockey pumps, and this the jockey pump itself is added to give more efficiency for pumping during the dry weather flow. And the next project is the collection system rehabilitation and replacement project for Valley Mar and Rockaway Beach area. This project is for design. The collection system rehabilitation for Valley Mar and Rockaway will be the next phase of our sewer rehabilitation project. This will be a very large project, similar to the one that we're going to talk about in a few minutes, the Lower Lindemar. Again, we want to get the design started and get a designer on board and start looking and planning for this project. And lastly is the Lindemar Peralta project. This is for construction. This project is just outside of the Lower Lindemar project, the project area. And this is in coordination with our Lower Lindemar project. And to do this project at the same time, we're in construction to help really tie the sewer system and improve that at the same time. Now, before we move on, are there any questions for the wastewater projects?
No?
No, thank you.
No questions? Thank you.
So this next list of projects are the continuing non-discretionary projects requesting for additional funding in fiscal year 24-25. And in the interest of time, we just want to focus on a couple of core projects from the report. This was a project I previously mentioned. It's the community center HVAC upgrade that we're going to move down here to the continuing projects. We are requesting for $175,000 from Fund 28, is PB&R Special Revenue Fund. And the community center's HVAC air handlers have reached their useful life and are continuing to fail and cause maintenance from our field services division. So upgrades are needed on all air handlers in order to continue operation. And this additional funding is needed following an estimate that we received from a contractor. Fire Station 71 roof project is requesting $205,000 from Disaster Accounting Fund. And this is to re-roof the Fire Station 71 to stop leaks in the building and prolong useful life of the roof and building. And this is additional funding that is requested in order to award bids that were opened on April 10th, 2024. And similarly, for the old wastewater treatment plant garage roof project is requesting $125,000 from Disaster Accounting Fund. And this is to re-roof the garage at the old wastewater treatment plant to stop leaks. And it was a similar bidding that was included together with the roof project to get more competitive bids. And so the additional funding is needed so that we could award this project as well. That was open on April 10th, 2024. And then I have the community center improvements, which is requesting $100,000 from our Fund 27, Roy Davies Fund. And there's ongoing maintenance and improvements that are needed, such as door replacement for security, office remodel to accommodate staff, spalling of exterior, flooring in the dining room, hallway area, new baseboard, carpet replacement, and painting of the indoor and outdoor of the building. And then the last project on this list here is a painting of the Fire Station 72, and it is requesting for $100,000 from Fund 22 Capital Improvement, and this is to prepare, prime, and paint the exterior of Fire Station 72, and including all necessary repairs to the siding, fascia boards, and items suffering from extensive rust from 30 years of exposure. And with that, I'll pass over to Louis Sun again for the wastewater projects.
Thank you, Roland.
Sorry, could we ask you some questions first, Ryan?
Yes.
Sorry, I did want to ask about the community center HVAC, and I'm assuming that's a gas furnace system that we're replacing.
This is their internal system. The units are inside the building, so they're run by electric.
Okay, so, okay.
Right. Oh, sorry, the gas system. Oh, the gas system, yes. The gas is for the heating will be, the heating system is run by gas. That's correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, is that what we're replacing, or?
Yes, so the exact scope, we're going to have to figure out exactly what's needed. But right now, it seems like the motors within that existing HVAC system will need to be replaced.
Okay. Just back to the electrification and maybe talking to PCE. Again, if there's any chance that we can look at changing to heat pumps that are electric, especially with the solar that we're going to have on the roof, that would save us operational costs too. But also knowing that gas appliances are going to be phased out soon in terms of part replacements and so forth, it would be great if we can start looking at electrification, of our heating and cooling. And again, there might be money from PCE for those upgrades also.
I believe that there are various loan programs that are available to city partners specifically, and so that's on a first-come, first-served basis, but I think you're astute to observe a probably good application that we have, and I think we do have the money. Again, it's a loan basis. There would be a matching amount. I don't know what the cost would be on an electric HVAC versus the gas upgrade. Definitely worth investigating.
Yeah, we can definitely look into any of the funding opportunities that you're mentioning, as well as into a heat pump during the design phase of this project.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So for wastewater ongoing core non-discretionary projects, there's only two that I'm going to mention today. Both of these projects are, we're expecting to bring this to council at perhaps the next council meeting. The ultraviolet disinfection system project upgrade, and also the Lower Lindemar rehabilitation and repair project. Both of these are large CIP projects, and they are funded through iBank loans and also WIFIA loans. The ultraviolet disinfection system is over 20 years old and is no longer being supported by Trojan Technologies. So this project is to install newer UV disinfection equipment and system, which is going to be a lot more efficient as well. And we're also in addition to changing our equipment, we're adding redundancy in our channel, really splitting it into two, so that allow us to have the ability to take one side of the channel offline for maintenance, which is something we do not have at this time. The Lower Lindenmar Rehabilitation and Repair Project, this is our continuation of our I&I, the influent infiltration elimination in our sewer system. This project will cover a large tract, a large area in the Lower Lindenmar neighborhood. We'll be replacing all of the sewer mains in the neighborhood. Again, as I mentioned, the last few weeks we had bid openings. We have received bids for both projects, and staff is working on bringing both of these to council, perhaps in the next council meeting. So this is kind of a sneak preview, just giving you a heads up. We'll be talking more about it. And with that, I think that concludes the CIP portion on the presentation, and staff is open to any questions.
On the Lower Lindenmar R&R project, we're opening the streets for that, right? To replace those lines?
For the most part, the majority of the sewer line will be, we're not doing any open trench, and this will be done through pipe bursting. Okay. So it'll be minimal disruption to the streets. There are some areas where we will be doing open trench, but that's just a small area.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Before we, okay, any more questions? Sorry.
Well, I don't have questions about what you presented, but I do have questions on, there's another page of other previously approved active CIP projects that you're not seeking funding for that I have a few questions on. So I don't know if this is the time or if that's coming up later.
On packet page 260?
270.
Oh, yes, we can definitely take comments on the second portion of attachment 4. So those are the other previously approved active CIP projects. So includes the non-discretionary ongoing projects not requesting fiscal year funding, rollover projects that were not started due to staffing constraints, and then projects awaiting FEMA review / funding.
Yeah, I think my main questions were on the previously approved that aren't requesting funding, and I know that these have been priority projects, so I guess I want to understand what that means, that you're not requesting funding. Like, does that mean the project is kind of stopped until we can find a grant? You know, the Manor Drive overcrossing, the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, for example. So just kind of understanding what it means that they're on this list, right?
I can go down a couple of these. And with the Manor Drive overcrossing project, it's currently in the PID and PAD phase of the project, and that is scheduled to be completed sometime next year. So we're currently still looking for additional funding for the next phases of the project, so we have some time for that project. Okay. For the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, it's also similar, and it's in the current phase that is scheduled to be completed at the end of this year. And then at the end of this phase, we can make a determination on if we do not find grant funding if there's any local funds that can be used for the next phase. But we currently do have some applications in to Department of Building and Waterways, and we're working some other grants to try to get some outside sources to pay for the next phase of the project. With some of these other projects, it's not requesting funding because it's fully funded at the moment, and they're continuing Some of these are grant-funded projects, which are also fully funded, and the Esplanade Palmetto Bike Lane project, for example, is scheduled to go out to bid sometime in the fall. The school crosswalk beacon replacement project is starting construction actually today. And then, yeah, some of these other ones, they're fully funded, and then the Sharp Park Priority Development Area, that project we're waiting to execute our Caltrans agreements, and then after we do that, we can get started on that project as well.
Thank you. Before we continue, time check. Someone want to make a motion?
How much time do you think we're going to need?
We just need, I just need maybe a couple minutes to finish the presentation.
Move to extend to 11:20.
Second.
Please vote.
Second. Oh.
And the motion to extend to 11:20 made by Big Stick, and I heard a second from Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
So the last few slides, just to give you an update on the financial forecast for the next 10 years. It's presented in your attachment 6, so you can see the whole breakdown for all 10 years, and plus all the assumptions that we used to generate this report for you. But you, just in summary, the budget remains in balance for the upcoming year and the following year, and begins projecting a slight deficit in fiscal year 26-27 all the way through fiscal year 30-31. So you can see this budget deficit in years 3 to 6, and again, it kind of balances out a little bit because we plan to pay out our pension obligation bonds, and that helps to balance the budget. But again, if the deficit remains unaddressed, the unassigned general fund balance would also fall below the GFOA recommended guidelines of 2 months of operating expenditures, and we definitely don't want this to happen. And this is all hypothetical because we, by statute, will be bringing you balanced budget, but you can see like where we stand as a baseline again. So I want to highlight that long-term financial forecast only reflects current level of services. Again, it does not include all the service enhancements and the items that we want to request to execute our work plan for the upcoming year and beyond. So it also does not include any labor-related assumptions above and beyond just basic COLA. And since the purpose of the financial outlook is not to balance the budget, but show you where we are without deploying any strategies, so it does not include any built-in salary savings beyond the upcoming year that we already discussed, or any additional improvements in staffing level, expanded organizational capacity, or ongoing capital contribution from general fund. So none of this. And again, if you look at attachment 6, you will see this clearly year after year. And the last slide is just to demonstrate everything I just said in a graph. So you can see that revenues and expenditures, again, there is a little surplus in the first 2 years, and then the expenditures go above the revenues for the next few years. And again, kind of we're hanging by the thread, as city manager mentioned in his introductory comments. And the second chart shows our general fund structural deficit that we would experience again if we, well, hypothetically speaking, well, before we balance the budget, right? So just if things remain unaddressed, so that's where you see this blue line going below this 0 threshold in these years. So again, just a little demonstration that we unfortunately still have some challenges ahead of us. And, well, actually, yeah, this is our last slide. So just again, for the next steps, we are going to be bringing back the city manager's recommended budget on June 10th. So that will include all budget recommendations. So all department heads are working really hard right now, putting together budget forms. So we are meeting with each department individually. So we already started this process and will continue for the next couple weeks until we prioritize the priorities and again balance it against the upcoming work plan and bring the balanced budget for your consideration on June 10th and get your feedback and bring it back to adoption at the following meeting. And that concludes our presentation, so we're happy to answer any questions.
Julie, when will we look at the fee structure?
We actually had this internal discussion about fee structure, and since we have on the work plan to look at the fee structure comprehensively, we are not going to do this one-offs changes. So we are going to bring you a fee structure for adoption with the budget.
Okay.
Because we don't need to make any additional changes, and the process will not be needed for public hearing and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I'll open it for public comment. First, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak? Well, there's, 5 or 6 people out there. Seeing none, Emily? There's no one on the phone, so I'll bring it back to council for deliberations.
I just have a few more questions. First, if you don't mind, can you go back to your graph of like the next few years? So why does it go back up in year 6? What magic happens there?
Yeah, it's mostly because of payoff of the pension obligation bond that we project that year. so that will free up some general fund resources, and that's the budget will.
Okay, so that's a debt that we're paying.
Yeah,
that will be paid off.
Okay. That's the main reason. Yeah.
And does that mean that we won't have an unfunded liability, pension liability at that point, or that?
No. The pension obligation bond is the ongoing debt service related to the payoff of the side fund, from my understanding, from a few years ago. So we still have, unfortunately, unfunded liability that is increasing every year. And that's what I included. I believe it's the last attachment in your report that shows the policy related to unfunded pension liability. We're finding it at very, 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 very minimum.
Right. Okay.
So this is unrelated. This is just the side fund.
Okay. Thank you. And can you go back to your last table with all the projected for the next few years? After all that, I think.
Yeah. Sorry. This one?
No, keep going. The one that had all the way to 2033?
I'm sorry.
Maybe. I thought I saw it on the screen. It's in our staff report on page 273. It doesn't really matter. My question was about the property tax. So you're showing a modest increase every year, like less than $1 million. And I just wanted to understand, that's just sort of small incremental changes as people buy property or property values increase a certain percentage?
Correct. Right. So we are, since our current projections based on what information we receive from the county and HTL property tax division is quite modest. It's about 3%. So we are continuing this assumption for the next few years. And at some point, I believe it's fiscal year 25, 26, and 26, 27, we are bumping it up to 4%, again, assuming that the economy will improve.
So do you ever project, like, there's a project that's about to finish construction. They've started selling the units, right? So there'll be additional property taxes from new properties coming on the market. do you ever incorporate that in your budget?
In the granular report, yes, we usually try to look into this, and let's say if there is a hotel with additional rooms, right? So we definitely want to include additional assumptions related to that. But this report is really kind of big picture view at this point, so it's just the first snapshot for your baseline.
That's all I had.
I can see not increasing that tax because the interest rates are so high. It would make a difference if the interest rates dropped. Then you would see a larger increase in the property tax section because more people would be buying.
Right.
So.
Correct, and that's why we're bringing this report to you every year, because things change. I mean, this is just a guessing game at this point, based on the information we have at this point.
So you're not looking for a vote or anything tonight, right? This is information?
No, this is just the information. We'll get your feedback on any specific items we discussed today, but the comprehensive decision point packages will be coming at the following meeting.
Tiger.
I wanted to thank Christine because it's such a new program. I think it's rolling out like now, and I mentioned the GovPV and the GovEV. This is the GovBE program, the building electrification. And I know you've been following along, so thank you for reminding me. And it's grants of up to $600,000 per year and loans of up to $600,000 per year, or excuse me, per jurisdiction. Grants of up to $6,000 per year and loans of up to $600,000 per jurisdiction. So that could be a great way to get the HVAC going in the Civic Center. And thank you for pointing that out.
Any additional questions, deliberations? There is, the action is to accept the report. So if someone wants to make that motion.
I'll move to accept the report.
I'll second.
Please vote.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. That's
Waiting for one more vote.
one more?
Here we go. And with the motion to accept the report made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Big Stick, the vote passes 5-0, unanimous.
Madam Mayor, before we adjourn, thank you, Yulia.
Yes,
thank you, staff, but this is, thank you.
And Roland and Louis, too, and Lisa.
Thank you. Okay, it's about 3 minutes to 11.
It's 11
Meeting
right now.
Adjourned. I know.
11 on the dot.
On the dot.
On the dot.
Linda, there are
Dot.
pins that Linda